Hey everybody. You know, as we go through our processes and we do things, we have certain processes that we use for different things and we'll be using it more. But if you were to break down and go, if I could just come away with one thing that I could do on a regular basis, or if I could come away with two things, like what could I do? Like for me, I would go, what's the most bang for my buck? And my buck is just my time of sitting down and say I have, a half hour in the morning or in the evening, and what can I do with that? And we want to be able to address, like, what if I want to just do some general healing or clean up from the day, or, I want to have a spiritual practice. And, there's there is a meditation slash oil protocol or process that we do that, if you do it on a regular basis, it will it will cause a lot of change. Like, you kind of shed the past, you shed the contaminations of the day, you you shed the things that maybe potentially bother you. It helps to break patterns. Um, and it's some variation of activating the heart and the crown, right? The stronger version is what we call the Moses technique, where you activate the heart, then the navel, and the crown. And the reason being that the navel helps to super activate the crown, and each one kind of plays off of each other. And so, you know, if you were to do this on a daily basis, like sometimes there's been periods where I've done it, and it's like I almost have to pump the brakes sometimes. And this sounds really silly, but I'm like, too many good things are happening. I have to adjust. It it was really like breaking out of the cage, or breaking out of the repetition or monotony of. Mm, it wasn't that things were boring, and it wasn't that things were horrible, but they just, I'd either outgrown them, or how sometimes you just get stuck in this weird, like, funk holding pattern that you just can't break out of. And really, all that is lack of movement. Like, but our mind thinks, like, how do I make this move? When really it's just a flow of energy. And so, you know, we're talking about the Moses technique, and then we'll eventually turn it into the advanced Moses technique. But let's just learn it from the basic point of view. And, you know, um, earlier in the week in a study group, a very good healer out in Oregon, longtime healer, and she was saying how she was doing healing on somebody, like energy healing, and there was areas like this person's spleen and a couple of other areas that were very impacted. Like, it was like, as she was doing healing, she was feeling like things were real heavy and it wasn't clearing up very fast. And so what she did, which I think was super smart, is she had them do the Moses technique, where we go heart, navel, crown, right? And things cleaned up so much. She was like, I did I misread something or misunderstand something? Am I just projecting? But that's what this does, is it cleans up your energy body. It brings things to the surface in the chakras and flushes them out. It strengthens the basic chakra, and it makes the basic chakra a little bit more flexible, right? So as essence comes in, the basic chakra, instead of going no, it just goes, okay, let's see where this goes. Like, and it lets some more essence into the form, which makes the body more vibrant, right? And importantly, it connects the heart and the crown. And connecting the heart and crown, the crown, the forehead, the ajna, all are associated with the higher soul, right? The throat is the void between the higher soul and the incarnated soul. The heart down is the incarnated soul, right? So when you connect the heart and the crown, you're connecting one of the aspects of the connecting things that need to be connected between the heart, between the incarnated soul and the higher soul. Sorry, I'm fumbling through that. And so this is not just like, oh, I'm going to be relaxed. You know, it has a healing effect. It has a cleansing effect. It has an effect of raising the vibration. It has an effect on healing and strengthening the body. And it increases the connection between the higher soul and the incarnated soul. So a lot of times when we're praying, regardless of what the prayer is, part of what we're trying to do is connect the incarnated soul to the higher soul. Sometimes we haven't even realized the incarnated soul. We're stuck in one of the vehicles. We've over-identified with the body or with the emotions or with the mind, right? So this goes to the second commandment. The second commandment is thou shalt have no false idols. You know, in the outer practices, it's like, oh, you shouldn't, you know, think of statues or deities or something in another tradition. Actually, in the inner teachings, the false idols are the physical body, the emotional body, the mental body. It's the goal is to identify with the soul, not the vehicles. And so as this happens, you'll start to notice that you're watching more from your inner mind or your inner awareness. You're watching things play out rather than being consumed by the body, being consumed by the emotions or the mind. You know, you almost watch your mind doing things. You watch your emotions, and then you go, don't do that, don't do this, do this. You know, you kind of start giving instructions. And so that is the goal. And you know, as much as we go through and we do these meditations, there's ways to make them stronger, to improve all these aspects. But really, even if we look at it from the point of view of, you know, I just want to feel good. Like, you know, bottom line, yes, I want a spiritual practice, but if you put a bunch of things in front of them, most people will choose, I want to feel good over everything else, right? You know, I get it. Like, who doesn't want to feel good? It's sometimes very deep spiritual practices can make things come up, and if you don't know how to clear them, can be a little bit unsettling. You know, even when you know how to clear them, it still takes a couple of days sometimes. But in my early days, it would take months. It would just take, you know, and it would be kind of brutal. And after I got to the other side, I was so grateful, right? I felt so much better. I felt a deeper connection, but at the same time, it was a rough month or two, right? With the oils, this is very, very accelerated. We work through things very, very quickly, but you know, the goal would be to work through them even quicker, you know, and one of the foundational like building blocks for our growth would be this Moses technique. It helps us to spiritually grow and evolve. But if we have some issue come up from our past, or we have even say a karmic thing come up, part of how you flush it out is heart, navel, crown, right? So you don't even have to figure out what's going on. If you just do it consistently, it produces a result. Now, what you'll notice is, say you have issues with you have issues that come up where you get a little get agitated and you get a little bit anxious, or you have issues with a partner or family members or certain things in business or some friends. You notice it's not constant. It's fine for a while, and then this issue comes up and then it comes back down again, right? And so what's happening is these issues are going in cycles, right? They're going in cycles. Now, we know that these things go in cycles. So if we put in a scheduled practice that helps to cultivate all the good things, when these negative things come up, we don't have to scramble around and go, what do I need to do? You just keep doing your practice and it starts knocking it down. So you're basically, when you have a practice, like, you know, here we're talking about the Moses technique, and you're doing it consistently, you're harnessing the law of cycles to break down those negative things that come up in cycles, right? And when you do this, you're harnessing divine intelligence, you're harnessing the light, and from there, the light produces divine love or stability and providence, right? So if we want to experience divine love, we have to harness the law of cycles, right? If we're in a place of providence and something comes up, it throws us out of whack because we don't have something in place and we lose it. So we hold it and then we lose it, and then we hold it and then we lose it. When we've harnessed the law of cycles, it produces this place of stability. And even when things come up, you have a practice that maintains that stability, that providence, that love aspect. It helps us to be a better person, helps us to connect with the people around us. It helps us to function and materialize in the world. So it starts this chain reaction that goes all the way up to our connection to the divine, right? So, we've done this practice, but there's ways to make it deeper. There's ways to make it stronger. And one of the ways is oils, but one of the ways is to look at what's happening. And you do some things in your body that you don't have to do during the meditation, but sometimes even if you just do this practice a little bit before your meditation, or you just practice this a little bit, it helps you to go to a deeper state of stillness and it deepens the meditation, right? So when you meditate, like, meditation is a perfect example of putting intuition in motion, right? You don't need to make something happen. You just engage the process and then the flow begins, right? So when you calm the body, like you calm and stabilize the body, the seed for greater emotional activity is there, right? You don't make your heart get bigger. You calm the body, the emotions get bigger. The heart gets bigger, right? Then when the emotions come down, a seed for greater mental activity is there, right? So the way that you stimulate the mental processes is activate the heart, calm the emotions, right? If you think about when somebody's gotten upset at you, you got upset, it was hard to concentrate for a few days, right? It was hard to put pen to paper. It was hard to get things done. You would start something and you go, what was I doing? Right? Part of it is the emotional body's agitated, right? So the more you calm that down, activate the heart, mental activity is enhanced, right? Then when there's the seed for greater, or when there's mental stillness, the seed for greater spiritual activity is there, right? So if you engage in relaxing the body, there's like a chain of events that just happens. You don't need to make it happen. You just need to buckle up and go for the ride. Now, the deeper the physical relaxation, the deeper that seed of emotional activity is there, right? And then that means deeper stillness in the emotional body, which means greater mental activity, and then stillness, and then greater spiritual activity. So a lot of times what we're doing is we're trying to calm the body down so that those steps become more potent, right? If you just calm the body down, your meditations will get much deeper. Your healing processes will get much deeper, right? And so we're going to do a trial run with the meditation just to see how it feels. Then we're going to do it with oils. Then we're going to do a process where we relax very specific areas of our body. And then we're going to do the meditation again without oils and then with oils. And let's just see what happens. And we're going to do just the simple form of the Moses technique. And then when we really kind of see like, oh, this is getting stronger, then we'll do the advanced form, right? So if you have oils, like if you have hyssop and sage, great. If not, just find something that's kind of relaxing, or if you want, your favorite oil. Like just pick something that it's more about what we're going to be doing with the body, and we're just experimenting with the oils. So choose something that you got. So I'll give you a minute to kind of fumble around and find what oil you'd like to do. And, if you're anything like me, it's probably what was in my hand. But if you want to go and choose, you can always use the Mo method. Eeny, meeny, miny, Mo. Or you just go to your favorite. Okay. So this very first process, we're going to do it just to get a baseline. We're going to do it without oils. Okay. So you're going to close your eyes and just think of an area where you wish for healing or to offer up a prayer. If you don't have anything like that and you just go like, I'm good, then you can just sit and keep your awareness on the front heart. If you have a prayer or area of healing, think about it, but then awareness on the front heart. Okay. Now let that go, and your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're being still. You've let go of all the imagery. Let go of the back heart and move your awareness to the navel. And you're letting go of the navel and moving your awareness to the crown. And then just let go for it. Now, the thing with the Moses technique, it's better if you do a few cycles of it. So let's do it again. Your awareness is on your front heart. You're thinking about your prayer or the area that you wish for healing with your awareness on the front heart. Now, as you're doing this, notice how easy or how hard it is to keep your awareness on the area of healing or your prayer. And also notice, does this make your mind calm down? Does this make your emotions calm down? Does it make your body calm down? Does it not make any of this happen? Do you start to expand? You start to drift off? Let all that go. Move your awareness to the back heart. Now, with your awareness in the back heart, the tendency is, because you're going to have a little bit more expansion here, the tendency is to like bounce off the back heart. Like you'll have your awareness on it, and then you're like, oh, gotta go to the grocery store. Oh, you space out, you lose your awareness on that. The best that you can, keep your awareness between the shoulder blades. So what we're doing is we're doing like a slow roll through something that you could do in the morning about 15 or 20 minutes. But we're doing like an educational process where we're going to go through and explore each little area so that when the time comes, that 15 or 20 minutes is like a lot happening in that 20 minutes, right? So you notice what happened with the back heart. Put your awareness on the navel. And then let that go and move to your ground. What do you notice about your mind, your emotions, your thoughts? Are you expanding? And just let it go. Check in with yourself, your aches, your pains, your emotions, your mind. Hey, shake that off from you. Make whatever mental note you want, but I mean, we didn't even do that for very long, and you notice like, so even if you were having a bad day and you're like, I am beside myself, right? If you sit down and you kind of force your way through this a couple of times, you'll notice that after 2, 3, 4 cycles of it, that thing that was super upsetting is getting a lot less upsetting, right? A lot less. Mm. And even if you're just wanting to start the day off like you would have your cup of coffee or tea, you just sit and you do this, and it just makes everything a little bit easier. I find that when I do this on a regular basis, things that would be upsetting or stressful, it's like they're upsetting, but instead of like this, they're like this. Like, okay, instead of just getting upset, I'll go, okay, what do we do about this? What are the ramifications? What is the value of this situation? You know, like there's been a couple of times in the last couple of months where on the surface, like it looked like something bad was happening, but when we sit with it, it was like, this is actually good. It's change. It's just not scheduled change. It's not change that we chose, but at the same time, something very good came out of it. Like it was an improvement, but at first it was like, don't change, don't shift, don't move. We had everything the way we liked it. But we weren't growing, like in this little particular area. And so like, at first it was like, ooh, this is weird. And then we sit with it, it was like, actually it's good. It's just the issue is we didn't choose it, but we can choose how we handle the situation or how we respond to the situation. And so it's that whole idea of, oh, when life hands you lemons, you make lemonade. I laugh because when I was young, I used to say, when life hits you lemons, you start throwing lemons at everybody. A little too true for me, though. Because like when stuff, even when good things happen, if we don't perceive that there's a goodness that comes in it, um, we'll push back or we'll start going, you did this, you did that, you did this. We start kind of blaming people or situations, and sometimes what looks like a demon is really an angel setting you free in a situation. And so we want to see the angels. We don't want to sit and look at the bad guys. So we're going to do just a little bit more of an experiment where now you're going to pull out that oil, hyssop or sage or your favorite oil, something relaxing, Whatever you got. You're inhaling it, your awareness is on your front heart. Now move your awareness to the back heart. Awareness is on your back heart. You're moving your awareness now to your navel. And then your awareness is on the crown. And then just let it go. Notice how you feel, your thoughts, your emotions, your body. You have areas in your body that ache or hurt, move them around just to see how they feel. How does this feel for you? So if you are in a lot of stress, or you have a lot of tension in your day, or you run a little anxious through the day, it's a great way to start the day. If not, this is a great way to relax at the end of the day and go to bed, have deeper sleep. But also, if you had a bad day, it's a way to shake the bad day off so you don't carry it into your slumber time, right? So, how can we make this more potent so that same amount of time can become like deeper or more effective? It's already effective, but how do we increase it? Now, the things that we're going to explore, it doesn't mean that you have to sit and do these things every time, but I'd say from time to time, practice some of these things. And when you're starting to do the practice, you got to be aware of them just to deepen your practice. So, the very first thing we're going to do is how do we deepen the effect of our awareness on the front heart? And here we're thinking of a prayer, we're thinking of the area of healing, or if all of that's good, we're just keeping our awareness here to activate the heart, right? So this is about integration, right? Integration. And so with that, let's let the oils go. Let's even let go of putting our awareness on our heart. Actually, let's check with that. Put your awareness on the heart. Think of your prayer or the area of healing, or just keep your awareness there and just notice what happens. And then we're going to practice something and we're going to come back to it, right? So notice what you notice. We'll let that go. Now, this next thing you can do sitting there, or a lot of times I do this laying on the couch or laying on the floor. So you're not going to need an oil, but I'd say get comfortable because we're going to actually work with the spine. So either lay on the couch, lay on the floor, lay back in your chair. So the goal here is we're going to put our awareness on the spine. This isn't something that we have to do in the meditation or before the meditation, but the more that we do this, the more we become aware of this. It's almost like you can turn it on and off, right? And so basically what we're going to do is we're going to systematically go through and really, to the best of our ability, relax the spine, right? So first, put your awareness on the whole spine. First, let's start with awareness. Your awareness is on the spine. Okay, just let that go for a moment. Your awareness was on your spine. You're just giving yourself a break. You're kind of getting used to having your awareness on the spine. But now, awareness on the whole spine. And as you exhale, every time you exhale, try to let some tension go in your spine. So you're inhaling, and then as you exhale, some tension leaves your spine. You're relaxing your spine. You can see why I said sit back in the chair or lay on the floor. It's easier that way. Every exhalation, let some tension leave your spine. And then just let go for a moment. Now, just in the position that you're in, wherever you're at, your awareness is on your front heart. You're thinking about a prayer, an area of healing, or just simply awareness on the front heart. Was there a difference? Is there a difference for you? Mm-hmm. Okay, so now we're going to deepen the relaxation of the spine. For one, this makes the body feel good. But when you relax the spine, you'll notice that, like, even like tension that is being generated from the environment or even anxiety will actually diminish actually quite substantially. And sometimes like conditioning will manifest in like how we react to the environment or how we express out to the environment of the agitation that's in the spine. And so if you can relax the spine, it's literally like your perspective starts to change, like your ability to react or not react like is improved just by relaxing the spine, right? So let's start with the neck, the bones in your neck, the cervical vertebrae. As you exhale, just keep trying to relax the bones in your neck. Now, move your awareness to the vertebrae between your shoulder blades, that upper back area. Long, slow, deep breaths. But every exhalation, you're relaxing the bones, that part of your spine between your shoulder blades. You can almost say this like little spine thing is a meditation unto itself. It just helps the body to relax, helps the mind to relax, actually, even the emotions. Okay, you're still between your shoulder blades. Every exhalation, you're trying to relax. Breathing. Okay, now you're moving to the mid back area. So below your shoulder blades down to about the backside of your navel. That's the area of the spine. Every exhalation, you're relaxing. Okay, and then just let that go for a moment. How's that treat? Just you look like it's nap time. It's just okay. Okay, now your low back. That whole from the backside of the navel down. Every exhalation, feel the tension leave your lower spine. Your awareness is on your spine, your whole spine. See if there's an area in the spine where it feels a little heavier, a little denser, there's a little more tension. Wherever you assess and feel that, try relaxing that area, wherever it might be in your spine. Okay. Just let it all go for a moment. Just let it incubate. Let's do an experiment. Your area of healing or your prayer, contemplate it with your awareness on your front heart. Keep holding the prayer, the area of healing in the front heart. Move your awareness to the back heart. Okay, let's just stop there for a second. After we did the spinal relaxation, what did you notice when you did the front heart? What did you notice? I'm just curious.
So before we did the whole relaxing, just the initial spinal,
Mhm.
it just felt like I could go deeper.
You can go deeper, right? And you almost start to feel like everything goes like just starts going quiet. Like you're able to, on one level you'd say like you're able to focus on the prayer or the area of healing deeper. But part of what happens, like as the front heart, something's coming in the front heart and you're able to integrate it, like the spine is sufficiently relaxed, you see it clearer. Like it's not that it goes deeper, it keeps getting clearer and clearer and clearer. You're like taking away the muddy parts, the things that other people have said, the things that have happened, the bad experiences that we had that maybe makes us question ourselves. It's like all that stuff keeps getting shedded away, falling away. And then whatever the prayer is, whatever the area of healing, it becomes like clearer and clearer, right? So when it becomes clearer, like Samantha was saying, you're able to go deeper and deeper. So the ability to integrate, the ability to go deeper comes with the clarity, right? It comes with being able to perceive it more more accurately, you could say, right? Now, that's just a step. If we went through and we did the whole meditation, it would be a little bit stronger. But we want to enhance each piece, right? So before we leave this piece, before you sit down and you do your meditation, or sometimes you're laying in bed and you're like, the day, or you're waking up and you're like, the day, whatever it is, you can just lay in bed and do the thing where you relax your spine, and it will deepen your sleep, help you to fall asleep quicker, but it also helps with the activation of the heart, and it helps you to have clarity either in your dream time or during your daytime. And even when the negative things happen, they happen, but nothing's ever completely negative or completely positive. When good things happen, there's still a little catch, right? And when negative things happen, there's still a doorway to something, whatever that might be. And so now let's just practice putting our awareness on the back heart. Let's see what that feels like. Your awareness is on the back heart. Very calming. It's very soothing, right? Now, the front heart is about integration and seeing things clearer, right? Once it sees things clearer, the back heart starts to get involved. The back heart is literally the janitor. It comes in and says, okay, what needs to be cleaned up even deeper? Things started falling away with the clearer perception, but still there's a little something, right? Be it that there's some hurt feelings and negative emotion, negative projections from other people, whatever it might be. It's tied to an old event, it's tied to a pattern. Um, there's still some active situation going on, whatever it is. But basically, like if you were to boil it down, like you're dealing with obstacles in the back heart, and you're dealing with like internal boundaries that we've imposed on ourselves. be it because of our upbringing, our experiences, our opinions, our thoughts. A lot of times, the things that slow us down in the outer world is these like kind of boundaries. You don't even need to know what they are. It's just they're there, right? You know, I can remember like having the realization there was something I wanted to do when I was young, and I was like, "Ugh, I can't do that. Like, ugh, I totally can't do that. Like, I need to stop thinking about it." But I kept still wanting to do it. And then as time went by, I was like, why can't I do that? Like but it took me a while. Like, why can't I do that? And I realized nobody was shutting me down. I was shutting me down. Like I was like, no, that's not possible. And once I kind of worked through that, I was able to move forward. But, you know, I would say my first form of meditation, I make this joke, but it's really kind of, for me, it's not that funny. But my first form of meditation was meditation on the obstacle. To take it a step further, the obstacle was usually self-imposed. It was not, doesn't mean that there's not external obstacles, but a lot of my obstacles were self-imposed. They were not from other people. It was just, I was afraid, I was scared, I didn't want to step out of the box. I didn't, fill in the blank. There's all kinds of reasons depending on the situation, right? So, how do we help the heart, the back heart, be the best janitor it can be, right? Be the thing that breaks down those boundaries and breaks down the obstacles. And if there's like upset feelings, hurt feelings, how do we even let go of those, right? So the back heart, the front heart and the back heart have similar things that they address physically and in the physiology. They both impact the physical heart, they both impact circulation, and they both impact the thymus gland. But the back heart has a thing that it does that is separate from the front heart, and it's that it impacts the lungs, like your respiration. And the key to a greater activation of the back heart is to slow down the breath and then to put a little bit of a gap between the breath, between the inhalation and exhalation. Right? And so when we say meditate on the gap, we do this with mantra where you go, okay, if I go om, 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 that's good. But if I go om, 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 right? And then the gap starts getting longer, right? Something happens in the gap, right? There's movement in the gap. And if we think about what are the obstacles, it's the lack of movement. So let's just, without even doing anything with the breath, let's just do a little experiment with the gap. Okay. So I'm not even going to use a mantra. I'm going to use numbers. So keep your eyes closed and let's just see what happens. I'm going to do two different versions of this. The goal is to see what happens with the space between the numbers or the gap, right? Your eyes are closed. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Notice how you feel. Okay. Now we're going to do numbers, but I'm going to use a gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Was there a difference? When I went to 20, the second one I only went to 7. But what happened when I added the gap? It was just numbers. You can't say like, oh, it was a mantra, it's for expansion or whatever, but in the gap, something starts to happen. Intuition kicks in, the intuitive mind kicks in. Without the gap, the mind's still in the intellectual space. But as you start to move into the gap, you're starting to embrace essence. You're starting to embrace the intuitive mind. You're starting to embrace movement. If you think of what obstacles are, their lack of movement. If you start to think of what the boundaries are, it's limiting the movement, right? So here in the back heart, we want to go deeper with the movement. And so here we were using words to deal with the gap. Even when you have interactions with people, if you give a little bit of a gap in the interactions, like you can tell when you're wound up, you talk really fast and you talk as soon as the person's done. But if there's a little bit more of a gap, there's a little bit more of letting something in and then starting to kick in the intuitive mind, right? So here we're going to do it with the breath. We're going to use the breath, but we're going to add a gap, right? So take a long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause for a second. And then slowly exhale. And then pause. And then inhale slowly through the nose. Pause. Gently exhale through the mouth. And pause. And let's let the pause be a little longer. Inhale slowly. And then pause. Gently exhale slowly. Breathe on your own, but add a pause or a gap. Don't try to be too structured, going, I'm going to count this many times this way. Just allow yourself to have a pause or a gap between the two breaths, the inhalation, the exhalation. And then just be pause and be still. Okay, let's do that again. So inhalation and exhalations, slow them down as much as you can and put a little pause or a gap in between the inhalation and exhalation. Not too short, and don't hold your breath to the point of stress or strain. Just give it a gap. And then pause and be still. So when we're working the breath, what we're doing is we're trying to like build the muscles of the back heart. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to focus on this the whole time, but when you slow down the breath and when you add a gap, it is activating to the back heart. So you can utilize this in the meditation, but even if you just practice this from time to time, you'll notice that when you go to back heart, it almost starts to happen almost instantaneously, right? Now, once this has happened, remember the back heart is the janitor. Let's just try without worrying about the breath. Just put your awareness on the back heart. Let's see what happens now. You're just trying to experience what happens with your awareness on the back heart now that you've done this preparation. What happens with your awareness on the back heart? Let's see if we can't utilize this for a little bit of healing. Think of something that bothers you, even if it's an area in your body, but something where there's an issue, a problem. Contemplate that with your awareness on the back heart. When do you notice? When did you notice? Okay, we're gonna take a break and we're gonna come back in just a little bit. We'll take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back at 10 till, and we'll continue with next the navel. Hey everybody, let's come on back. Okay, so we did the front heart, we did the back heart. Front heart is associated with the relaxation of the spine. If the spine is tense, it's hard for the heart to activate. If the breath is fast, it's hard for the back heart to activate. Now we're going to move to the navel. Right? Let's just practice something for a second. Let's experiment. Put your awareness on your navel. Let's just see what happens. Good. Now, okay, let it go for a second. So here's the thing. If you think of the back heart like being the janitor and cleaning up, and it's about movement, right? So, part of what it does is it transmutes like emotions, it transmutes just the gunk that we might feel or got projected at us. But also, when we are in something that is causing us suffering, something that's causing us pain, it's like we're in this loop that we can't break out of, right? We're in this repetitive function, this repetitive thought, this repetitive emotion that this situation we just can't break free from. Putting your awareness on the back heart actually begins you to move out of that situation. It helps to move you out of that repetition. It helps to move you out of that thought, feeling, situation, whatever it might be, and give you a different perspective. But what can happen sometimes is there might be a little sadness, or you realize, like, oh, there's some hurt feelings. And so when we activate the heart and we go to the crown, like if we skip the navel, it's still a very powerful technique, right? But part of what happens is if something gets stirred, right? If something, like you're starting to move out of something, or is like, this has been bothering me since I was 5, or my family always does, or everybody always, whatever it is, we all got something, right? And so part of what happens is you're starting to trigger the lower nature and instinctive responses when the pain starts to arise, or when even when you're breaking out of something that you've wished to break out of, there's going to be a little sadness. There's going to be a little bit of there's going to be a little bit of, you might experience it in the moment. It might pass, right? You might not notice it till later. But we want to set up the mechanisms to keep this very regulated. And so the navel, like when we move our awareness to our navel, right? This is like a lower form, like the heart has to do with sensitivity, like it has to do with like allowing something in. It has to do with like the love aspect. The navel is a lower form of that. And the navel is the center in charge of your lower nature, and it's the center in charge of your instinctive responses, right? And so when we are shedding the day, when we're shedding some trauma from the past or some hurtful pattern that we just are trying to break out of, part of that what happens is we either stir the instinctive responses, or worse yet, the instinctive responses don't let us move. The heart goes, we're going to move. And then the lower nature goes, no, no, we're not. We're going to stay right here. Right? Because lower nature doesn't like expansion. Lower nature likes doing whatever it does over and over again. Doesn't judge it as good or bad. It just likes doing repetition. Right? So when you come to the navel, part of what you're doing is you're calming down the instinctive responses to whatever trigger might be coming up, so that you can go up and have even better or cleaner thoughts, you could say, more appropriate thoughts. Because when our instinctive responses are very agitated, our mind sees everything in the windshield of agitation. So even if something good's coming, you go, yeah, but God, I used to be pro at that. Like I still catch myself from time to time, but I used to be pro, right? And so with your awareness on the navel, you'll notice you're not really like expanded, but like everything feels like quieter and calmer. But at the same time, you can feel expansion is coming, right? The expansion comes when you move to your crown. But the more you linger on the navel, it's a deeper relaxation to the physical body, right? And remember, if you calm the body, a seed for greater emotional activity is there. And you calm the emotions, and then so on and so on, right? So we want to calm the body, right? We want to calm the instinctive responses. So when you put your awareness on your navel, part of what you're doing is you're taking the stillness in the body to a deeper level. That's why it feels good. It feels quiet, but it doesn't feel expansive, right? Because you're setting the stage for a deeper level of expansion, but the steps need to happen, right? Okay, so we put our awareness on our navel. Let's do it one more time. Awareness is on the navel, and you're not thinking about anything. Your awareness is on your navel. See what you notice. Okay, let it go. You've noticed what you felt and everything, but how do we make it deeper? The key to calming down instinctive responses, instinctive responses, like when you feel like you get triggered, or when you get really agitated, or somebody says something, you're like, bah, you get a little worked up, or those times where you feel like you're just trying to put a fire out. Like, oh, I gotta, whatever this is, I gotta deal with this. I gotta put this fire out because it's causing me suffering, right? Instincts have gotten triggered, and they don't usually resolve anything. They just make things worse, right? So how do we calm these down, right? So the key to calming these down is we're going to relax the knees, you're going to relax the ankles, and then you're going to relax the feet. These three components are tied very deeply to your triggered responses. You're sending information and imagery into the earth, and then the earth is responding, right? And so when we've gotten upset, when we've thought repetitive thoughts, when we've had really strong emotions, we've sent messages down into the earth, And the way to break that cycle of those negative emails that we've sent is to relax the knee, the ankle, and the soles of the feet, right? So your awareness is on your ankles, or excuse me, your knees. And just like you inhaled and then with your exhalation, you relaxed your spine, you're going to do the same thing with your knees. You're going to inhale and you're going to relax your knees. Every exhalation, you're relaxing the knees. Okay, just with that, let that go for a moment. Put your awareness on the navel again. Let's see if that changed something, shifted something. Okay, let that go. Now your ankles. Do the front, the sides, and the back of the ankle. Your awareness is on the whole ankle, and every exhalation, you're trying to relax your ankles. And then just let that go. Put your awareness on the navel again. Let's just see how that impacted the navel. Bang, let that go. Now your awareness is going to be on your feet. Every exhalation, relax your feet. Your awareness is on your feet. Every exhalation, you're letting tension go in your feet. And then just let it go. So we've done the knees, the ankles, the feet. Put your awareness on the navel now. Okay, let's just let that go. So we've done the front heart, the back heart, the navel. Now let's move to the ground. Okay, your awareness is on the crown. Let's just experiment where it's at. Your awareness is on the crown. Okay, let that go for a moment. Now this one's a little bit more tricky. So what you're going to do is you're going to put your awareness on your crown. And you're going to put your awareness on your crown. And then, so let's start there. Awareness is on your crown. Okay, so you're wearing like maybe look at me for a second. Okay, so this is like say this is your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. And if I were to say, okay, move your awareness 6 inches above the crown, what you do is like your awareness is here, and then you'd go, right? Really, what we want to do is slowly move our attention awareness up. So at first I'll say an inch or two, then I'll say 3 or 4. And it's not to like let go and then move it, but slowly keep pushing up, 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 up to the next spot. And then you're going to push up, 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 up to the next spot, right? So your awareness is on your crown. Now move, like push your awareness up about 2 inches. Move your awareness up. You're pushing it up another 2 inches. So you're moving up about 4 inches above that. Now try pushing your awareness up to about 6 inches above that. Move your awareness up about 9 inches above the head. Just push, push, push. Twelve inches above your head. Push all the way up. And then just let go. Let go of it all. Okay, so we've done the work on the crown. You've let all that go. Your awareness is just simply on the crown. Let's see what happens. What did you notice from this time compared to before we did the little practice? So the goal, like if the crown is about expansion, by manually moving it up, you're increasing the potential of expansion for the crown. And actually what we can do is you practice the manual of moving up. Now at one point, we can do it right now. Let's just practice it right now. You inhale, and then from the crown, you shoot it up like 12 inches above your head. Right. At first, you have to manually kind of do it just to like open up the pathway. But let's watch what happens. Keep your awareness on the crown. Now take a long, slow, deep breath. Pause and hold. And then as you exhale, shoot your awareness up 12 inches above your head. Just like shoot it up. Like you're following the steps that you did, but now you're manually moving it upwards. All at once. Just be still. Your awareness is on your crown. Now keep in mind, this isn't something you necessarily do in your meditation. These are just things that you do to make your meditation deeper. Take a long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath for a moment. Then, as you exhale, shoot the energy up to 12 inches above your head. Your awareness is on your crown. Okay, shake it all off. Move your body around. Okay, so we went through and we did the things to augment the practice. Now we're just going to do the practice in real time. First, with no essential oils. We're just going to do simply a meditation practice. Okay, so if you need to stand up and move around for a moment, do that.
Again, again, first, no oils.
No oils for this particular. We'll do it with oils, but first we're gonna do it with no oils. So here we go. Think of a prayer or an area of healing. And as you contemplate these issues, your awareness is on the front heart. Your awareness is on the heart. Let that go. Move your awareness to the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. Move your awareness to the crown, the top of your head. Just let go. Again, the area of healing or your prayer, your awareness is on your front heart. Your awareness is on your front heart. You're reflecting on your prayer or the area for healing. Let that go. Move your awareness to the back heart. The awareness is on the navel. And your awareness is on the crown. And then just let go. And just letting go. Let's do one more cycle. Awareness is on the heart. You're reflecting on your prayer or your area of healing. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your navel. Your awareness is on the navel. The crown. And where this is on the ground. Just let go. Move yourself around. We all going to do a version of this with oils, but let's right now share experiences and ask questions. I know this is something that we've done before, but we've kind of augmented it somewhat. Now, when you're doing the practice, doesn't mean you have to relax the spine, doesn't mean it has to work the breath. It doesn't mean that you have to relax the knee, ankles, and feet. And it doesn't mean you have to shoot up. Like, you can do it from time to time. But then when you sit down to do your practice, you just do it like we just did. And we'll edit this out so you guys can have a meditation that you can just push on YouTube or wherever it's at and just play it. And I mean, that was a little short meditation, but because you prepped, it made it much stronger, much deeper, and much more effective. So with that, let's go ahead and ask questions, share experiences. You can unmute yourself, type in, go ahead.
Hi, Greg. I just wanted to know when we did the laying down part,
Mhm.
how long do we just do it for that segment or no?
The laying
was-
down to relax the spine.
Yes.
You're not necessarily doing it in the meditation, but from time to time, I would say, the best place to do it is like when you're in bed. Like you can do it
Okay.
completely separately, but like, like I would like lay in bed either in the morning or at night and then just start relaxing your spine. Sometimes I do it for like 2 minutes. Sometimes I do it for 20 minutes. Like, I mean, I just really go deep. Usually the 20-minute thing is right before I go to sleep because it makes me sleep better.
Oh,
But, like sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I kind of move around but the first thing I do is I relax my spine and then I get out of bed.
oh, great. Thank you very much. I
You're so
appreciate it.
welcome. How'd that treat you?
Oh, I've been concentrating on my jaws and teeth, and they were really painful the last few days. So, every so often when I check back in, it's less and less. So
Oh,
I think
good.
it's
Good,
working.
good, good. Yeah.
And I was really surprised. There was um one place we went, it was up at the Crown, and I don't remember exactly where it was at, but I remember these red lights coming on, and I really think it was something about like an emergency, like a ambulance type thing, but not,
Oh,
it was almost just the red lights to it. And that's slowly after that's when I started feeling better and better in my mouth and teeth.
oh,
Isn't that
good.
funny?
That's
Thank
super
you.
fun.
Well, I thought it was at least amusing. How's that? Thank you.
Good.
And go ahead, Tracy, then Sandy.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hi. So, so I think it was very shortly after the put it to your attention on your spine, I was gone. And I woke up one time when you said crown, and then I was gone again.
That's all we did. I said relax on the spine and then crown. You were there. No, I'm kidding. But like, look at how, like you have work that's a lot of stress and everything like that. And so even if you don't do the meditation, even if you just do the thing where like you lay down at night and you go, okay, I'm gonna relax my spine. And like it just makes the whole body relax. It makes everything, including the emotions and the mind. Like it's not just you're relaxing your spine, but part of how we interact with the environment is through our spine. People are projecting things to us, people are talking and doing whatever, but there's also an energy that comes through the body, hits the spine, goes up, gets processed by the brain, comes back down to the spine, and then is expressed out. So if we're dealing with a lot of difficulty, really the spine gets like gunked up. And so it's just like it's taking this beating, 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 beating. And it can take it, but then when you lay down, you're like a little like there's body tension or you're a little wound up. And if you relax the spine, it's like, man, you just take off, right? Because you're relaxing all the negative interactions, the effects of all of that on the body and the physiology, the emotions, it just calms everything down.
It was like taking a very tight belt off.
Yeah, 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 I would agree. And depending, like, sometimes for me, I'll go, it's like taking a backpack off, or it's like, ugh, or somebody had a chokehold on my throat. It depends on where the tension really is. Um, uh, low back is usually a hot spot, but one that's a little bit of a sleeper is mid back, like mid and upper back. There's a lot more tension there than you would think.
I think that's about when I started to drift off.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was great. And
Yeah, yeah.
it was like Greg's lullaby. I was just
Right,
like,
right.
thanks.
Okay.
And go ahead, Sandy, then Dan.
Hey, Sandy.
Hi, Greg.
Hey,
Um,
how are you?
I'm good. I just had a kind of a technical question.
Sure.
Are we supposed to, when do we inhale into the chakra and then exhale into the, say, the problem, be it in our body or so much, or is that?
No, that's actually a variation of this technique.
Mhm.
Here, we're not even going that deep with it all. We're just trying to let tension go in the body. You know, when we're doing other practices, we do exactly what you're talking about.
Mhm.
Here, you're just simply on the exhalation, you're just trying to let tension go.
Oh,
Like, so
okay.
you're not even inhaling anything. You just take your breath, and then every exhalation, you just go, okay, relax a little more. Exhale, relax a little more. You're just trying to relax the body. So
I
you're
see.
not even doing like chakra breathing or when you're breathing in the essence and breathing it out.
Mhm.
Don't even worry about that. Just like you're not even breathing out like dirty energy. You're just every exhalation, you're just trying to relax
Relax.
that area, whatever you're trying to.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right. Well, I also had kind of an interesting experience
Mhm.
when we first started. I think the first go around, and I was kind of already goners.
Oh,
So
good.
I think it was when we were doing the back heart. But when I closed my eyes, I was kind of seeing a dark gray, maybe like a fog or something.
Mhm.
And as we were doing that, all of a sudden it got lighter and lighter and
Oh,
lighter, and
beautiful.
lighter, almost like
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, yeah.
lightening a picture in Photoshop or something.
Yeah.
And I didn't even realize what was happening until after it happened. And I
Some
thought, that's interesting.
sometimes we'll be aware of what it's about because part of what you're doing is you're releasing some area that's causing you suffering or causing you some sort of difficulty. And sometimes it's released in a single session, and sometimes it's an ongoing project because it might have been something
Mhm.
big or ongoing, something over like say a decade or something of difficulty might not get shed in a single session, but at least there's movement happening. And what will happen is it will continue to release even afterwards. And so sometimes we get imagery, and sometimes like what you were seeing, like you saw like the color, and then it started to shift. If you don't know what it's about, even better, because then you don't have to like recall that other weird situation or whatever it was. You're
Mhm.
just processing it and letting it go. So
Good.
yeah.
All right. Thanks.
And I say letting it go, like I know this is like splitting hairs, but it's not this that you're letting it go, is that you're literally on a physical, emotional, and mental level. You're not just letting it go, you're moving out of it. You know what I mean? Like letting go just goes like, I'm releasing, right? But really there's this active thing that starts to happen in your physiology and your emotion and your mind. It was like, this thing, whatever it is, this sucks. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna stand up on my feet, and I'm gonna walk away. Right? It's literally like that. And so a lot of times when we're doing healing and we're doing releases, you're trying to get to the point where you go, I'm walking away from this. But sometimes we're so entangled in the trauma that especially our physiology, that if we can just loosen it up a bit, then at some point you can go, I can stand on my feet and I can walk out of here. I'm just going to walk out. Right. And when that happens, there's a little piece of us that gets stuck in these difficulties. And literally what you're doing is you're walking something out to have union with the other part of yourself, right? So you're like in the shamanic tradition, they'll call it soul retrieval. Like you're basically picking up a little piece that makes you like more whole or more have more oneness with both the parts of yourself, but also the things that go on in your surroundings.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dan, then Karen, then Deborah.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good. That was a wow, a big wow. I like the way what you were just saying too about the unwinding to get
Yeah.
up and kind of walk away from
Yeah.
what just been kind of circling for a while. So that's something to contemplate. But with the doing the like an MCKS practice in the morning, right?
Mhm.
This would be better to do after.
You would do it like when you do the Twin Hearts, because Twin Hearts
Well,
is
that's what I
actually
mean, right,
based.
with the Twin Hearts, right? So I
Yeah.
was doing it after the Twin Hearts, like after
No, I
the.
do it instead of Twin Hearts. Like
Oh, really?
Twin Hearts is basically based on the Heart and the Thousand Petaled Lotus that's out of Astara, and that's
Right.
actually what this is as well. I mean, I'm not saying that Master Choa said that, like, right? And so I mean, he made it slightly different and a little bit more streamlined, but this is like an advanced version of the Heart and the Thousand Petaled Lotus, and so you could use them interchangeably.
Oh, very well,
Yeah.
very well. Because I like to do, the little warm up, the physical warm up thing
Sure.
before and
Yeah,
after,
yeah, yeah.
right? And the pranayama at the beginning of it kind of thing, right?
Mhm.
So, okay, so could you work with like the electric violet component with these two then, or not so
Electric
much?
Violet, meaning like the divine healing.
Yeah, like
Yeah, you
with
can still do
divine
that.
healing meditation.
Yeah,
I
sure.
mean, don't go below the navel would still be kind of
Right.
white then, rather than the.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
could do that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Yeah, what else was I gonna say? Also, when we first started this, there was like when it going to the navel, there was like an ajna component to that. Is there a relationship there, kind of?
The
Or I mean, my
the
when I went to
you
the
you
navel,
thought your ajna get activated, or
yeah, kind of
yeah.
activated.
So the navel regulates is like the master chakra for the lower centers, right? Like so for the navel, the Mingmen, the spleen, the sex, and the basic, right? So it's the master chakra for all the chakras is the ajna, right? So when the navel is regulating the lower centers, it's doing it, but in association with the ajna.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's probably why you felt the activation.
Yeah, it just kind of lit up at the same
Yeah.
time. kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. Okay. And the
Part
expansion
of
is. I'm sorry.
part of what happens too is, a lot of times when we're having these difficulties, we're a little bit more in intellect and less in intuition. And so part of what happens when you go through and you do this is what's generating the movement is light or essence or intuition. And so in this meditation, we're usually, because we're going through the day or whatever, most of the time we're spending time in intellect, right? And so unless you have a special kind of job or something, but most people are doing mostly intellect. And so when you go through and you do this, like the light kind of frees up and refines the intellect. It like doesn't make it like stress is too much intellect, like things where we have resistances, it's too much intellect. So you're mixing the intellect and the intuition. And part of what happens as well, as you go through and you do this process, as well as some of the other processes that we do, is intellect and intuition are kind of like harmonizing or becoming, I wouldn't say union, but they're dating. They're like, let's go out and have a dinner. Let's see if
Right.
we like each other,
Yeah.
like all that kind of stuff. And when these things start to come together, it produces active intelligence here. Active intelligence is the combination of intellect and intuition so that you can apply and adjust and adapt. So you're drawing upon the past, you're drawing upon intuition, and then you're able to focus at both and produce results. So you can tell when somebody has that developed, like they'll be exposed to a new piece of information, they let the information in, and then within a minute or two, they'll go, this is how I can use this. Like, it's not even like, oh, I read something. It's like they take it in, they process it, and they go, I could produce a result like this. Like, they're very good at at producing a result or staying one pointed to focus in on a goal. And so that's a combination of intuition and intellect.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
Like when you're doing stuff in work, especially people who have to problem solve
Yeah,
or have to manage politics in the workplace. Like if you're good at it, you're developing active intelligence. Right now we keep talking about it as there's intellect and there's intuition, because we need to develop more of the intuition. But at some point we talk about not only their dating, their boyfriend and girlfriend, like,
they're an item.
they might get engaged, fingers crossed. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
One more thing too, the expansion.
Mhm.
I was feeling a lot of expansion. But it was kind of inward expansion.
Yeah.
not-
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
Because
That's
there's,
kinda
I mean, it's not the better, it's just different, but there's expansion outward, right? But the inward is usually the activation of the blue pearl. And so
Oh.
like you're starting to expand and have light inwardly. And so that is tied to a oneness practice. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And eventually they all start coming together.
Mhm.
You have circulation of energy, you have sustained awareness, and then you have oneness. Eventually they all start becoming one. When you're doing the practice, you might be doing circulation, but there's greater levels of awareness and there's greater levels of oneness. You do oneness, like you start experiencing them all at the same time, regardless of the practice that you're doing. And so in the Hindu tradition, they call that samayama. It's not something that you can stimulate. Like you have to develop each of the pieces. And then when the pieces are developed, they begin to merge. And they merge on their own.
Okay.
And so yeah, with all the stuff that you've been doing, I would say, that's tied to that practice.
Okay, good. And then one more thing too, just thought of as for an evening practice, I'm finding that, my YouTube is my evening YouTube things have changed. I'm looking at, HP Blavatsky and more,
Right. Right.
those kinds of things rather than just the kind of scrolling through everything, you know what I mean? So, what would be a good evening meditation then? Would kind of just to continue with.
You could do this, but we're going to do something at the end of the day that is something that we've done in I think it was the previous class, but it helps to stimulate the oneness, and so like that would be the evening practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still do this in the evening,
Right.
but like if you wanted to like go, I want to do this in the morning, and then there's a quick way to stimulate the oneness to where, because the thing with oneness or meditation on the blue pearl is we put our awareness there to expand it, but then when you take your attention away, the expansion goes away, right?
Mhm.
There's ways of cultivating it where you stimulate the expansion or the stimulation of the blue pearl, the mental permanent seed, where we experience oneness. And then when you walk away, it continues. And so, like, again, even with that practice, the stimulation of the blue pearl is good, but doing things to be able to maintain it is good. You put them together, even better. So we're going to practice the thing, which is also very harmonizing to the two sides of the brain. Because the more that you are harmonize the two sides of the brain, the greater potential you have for oneness. But even if you're thinking of a Kundalini practice, you're using intellect to circulate the energy, right? In the body, like, be it that you're going down the central channel or pumping it up or
Right.
trying to circulate it
Yeah,
around,
yeah.
whatever you're doing. Different Kundalini practices have different techniques, but so the intellect is what's staying focused and moving it. The essence that comes in dictates how potent that is and how much Kundalini is actually really getting moved, right? So the more that you start harmonizing the two sides, or you even start to stimulate a little bit more of the intuitive side, then when you go through and you do a focus-based practice like Kundalini, you're moving more essence, which is more awakening to the Kundalini, and makes it easier for the Kundalini to move. So all these things really overlap pretty substantially.
Right. Yeah. I just thought of one thing too here.
Mhm.
Last final things. This stuff, vertebra.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for that tip. It
Oh,
brings
good.
me, it brings me down to work in the morning, and actually
Yeah.
when I need to concentrate on something at work, it just kind of really snaps me into a focus.
Beautiful.
too. Beautiful. Thanks for that
Yeah,
tip.
you're so welcome. I know it's one of my favorites. Even if I don't have it in my hand, it's one of my favorites.
Right. Take care, man.
Yeah, take care.
And then go ahead, Karen, then Deborah.
Hey, Karen.
Hi there. Yeah,
Mhm.
I was just when we talked about the pausing and the breath, I just
Uh-huh.
suddenly had this image of like driving in a car, and I'm not driving is not my favorite thing, but so I always appreciate a stoplight, of
Right,
a-
right.
like I'm
Yeah.
driving like okay, and I have a stoplight, and it's like oh this pause. And I can come back like, okay, I'm all, everything's, I'm out of this beta world for a minute. I can just stop and,
Right.
like just take this moment to, just regroup sort of,
Perfect.
And so, that was just like an analogy, like a metaphor or whatever of that thought. But what it made me think of is, the words of wisdom, Jesus, be in this world, but not of it.
Right,
And it's so when
right,
you're driving, going, you're in it, you
Right.
can't not pay attention, right? But when you have that pause, that's the moment to not be of this world.
right.
It's like you come back to yourself. Here I am, my spiritual, like my body, all
Good.
that, whatever. So it's really cool to think of, sometimes you hear these words, be in it, but not of it. It's like, oh, great. How do you do that,
Right,
And it was like, well, with the pause,
right,
with this pause, and you just stop and you take a breath and pause and let it out. And for that moment, you're just not of this world, then you just
right.
totally,
Very nice.
yeah. So I just thought that was cool. Like just
Very
thought
cool.
sharing,
Yeah.
but like, yeah, like, we hear a lot of do this, do that, and it's great, but there's no, if you don't have some kind of
Yeah, the pause,
way
like
to
you
like
said, the pause lets in the essence,
do
or
it
like
fast. so,
let's in the inner part. Like sometimes we're so focused on with the intellect, like you know, even if you think about like with conversations, and it's hard to like everybody's going back and forth really quick, nothing's really being processed. And so like even in that, like if you take a moment, process what's being said, and then process what you're going to say, usually find that those conversations go much better. And so the pause can come into play in a lot of different ways, different places.
right. Well, that's
There's
for
one
the,
actor that he's kind of famous for, like even when he's doing things live, he'll pause, like his moments, he's supposed to say his line, but he'll pause, and he's like, you got to experience the moment and then you say your lines. And you know it could be applied in a lot of different areas, a lot of different ways. Yeah.
so, yeah, okay, that's all I wanted to say, but thank you for this
Thank you.
free class.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank
I
you.
love it. Yeah, I was gonna come Wednesday and for because I did that other class and I just forgot.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm old, I make no excuses anymore, right? But yeah, I'm really enjoying all your work and
Thank
I actually I have a lot of doTERRA oils and stuff and I
Oh,
was,
good. Yeah.
what do I do with these,
Yeah.
Now
Throw them in
finally
the mix. Yeah. Throw them in the mix.
like, oh, this and this is the way I wanted to use them, not, like
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
Voodoo or so, like, oh no, this is, so I'm really excited that I've gotten to meet you and
Good. Thank you.
all these places. So thank you.
And then go ahead, Deborah, then Donita.
Hey, Miss Deborah.
Hi, Greg. Um, I'm curious about the connection with the Twin Hearts. So after the Twin Hearts, you're releasing energy by blessing the earth, and that has other qualities about it as well.
Uh-huh.
So I was wondering if there is a component of that, if you're going to substitute the
Yeah,
one
so
with
the
air.
releasing from into the earth is you're releasing light into the earth for one, and two, when you release into the earth, you're also kind of how we did that thing where we're relaxing the knee, the ankle, the soles of the feet. It's tied to that same kind of mechanism. And really, when you go to the navel, like that, those aspects are happening, right? You go from the heart down to the navel, you're already starting to release into the earth, and you're calming down those instinctive responses. And so the sequencing is a little bit different, but it's all those mechanics are there.
Okay. So when you were telling Dan he could substitute one for the Twin Hearts, it
Mhm.
was the last one that was done.
Well, that's all. We've just been doing the Moses technique, but like when we did the relaxation of the spine and the breath and all that, it was ways to augment it. And you don't need to do it every time you do the meditation. It's just like from time to time, like, good use of time, for example, is I'm laying in bed, I'm going to relax my spine. You don't have to do it before the meditation, but if you start doing that on a regular basis, your meditation will get better. And, even laying in bed, you can go, okay, I'm gonna relax my knees, I'm gonna relax my ankles, I'm gonna put my awareness on my feet. So it doesn't have to be close to the meditation. When you sit down and do meditation, you just do it. But if you work those areas, when you sit down to do your meditation, it'll be better and stronger. But even if you don't sit down to do meditation, you do those things, you'll notice you feel more relaxed and you feel better throughout the day. So even if you don't do the meditation and you go, but I relaxed my spine, I relaxed my lower legs, I deepened my breath, all those things will contribute to how you approach the day and your perspectives throughout the day.
Okay. The other thing I wondered is, like I had a couple of interruptions, and then I just picked it up where we were.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
you
that's
don't
the
need to
thing
start all over.
that's kind of interesting with because the Moses technique is still like the heart in the thousand petal lotus or twin hearts. It's a very ancient form of it. And for that particular one, they do the cycles, and the emphasis for that, and that's what we've kind of embraced here. Like when I do the heart and thousand petal lotus Varastara, I just do usually one, maybe two cycles. But here you would do 4 to 7 cycles, and so for one, it's like every time you keep cleaning things up so you can go deeper and deeper, right? But two, part of what you're doing when you do practices like this is you're establishing patterns in the body, like energetic patterns, so that when you're not meditating and something's going on, some difficulty, or you're sitting in stillness without doing the meditation, the energy just starts to flow in the pattern. Like you're moving energy like that without really thinking about it, because the pattern's being established. And so the thing with the Moses version is that you do repetitive patterns over and over again. For one, because it makes you go deeper, but you keep establishing the pattern deeper and deeper, so that when you're not meditating, the healing is still happening. The connection between the heart and the crown is stronger, which is the connection between the incarnated soul and the higher soul is even stronger. And so this idea of the repetition actually deepens the level of the pattern.
Okay. so, and then what I find is, when I'm working through this, I get, what I would call, um, so I get tight spots in my throat, which I'm, thinking is congestion, and so I clean it as I go, because then, at one point, this is another area I constantly get, is I get tightness in my chest. It sort of starts, if I don't deal with that, it starts to feel like somebody's sitting on my chest.
Mhm.
And so I'm still trying to balance, and that's where my energy
Do-
seems to be getting caught.
So I'd say two things about that. So for one, have you noticed, like, are you breathing real rapid when like, because sometimes in meditation the breath will start to go faster or something. Are you breathing rapid at all, like when that happens? Like if you slow down your breath, does that diminish?
Um, Actually, my breath is usually pretty slow, so it's not that. It's something that's deeper. I'm working with a light touch chiropractor. That's not really a good description of what he does, but he works through my meridians and has been releasing a ton of stuff. And so that's why I know that it's something else besides my breathing.
Okay.
So I mean, I I know one of the things is I'm still too much in my, analytical side,
Sure.
and that's even easy for me to do as we're going through the process, and I'm like, "Oh, am I thinking about this the right way? Should I be like I am, am
Oh
I
yeah,
going
I
too
hear
far
you.
out?"
Yeah,
And,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and so that automatically is putting me in my other brain, right? So,
Right.
um, I think it could be some of that. Do you
Yeah.
think that's
So the throat, think of the throat too as it's a reflection of something usually going on. It can be any of the chakras, but a lot of times it's a reflection of the crown. So you know that thing that we did where we go, okay, an inch up, 2 inches up, 3 inches up, 4 inches up. Maybe focus a little bit of time of just practicing that even away from the meditation, and that might diminish the throat thing happening, because that's like something that can never, like, you might be good with it for a while, but then it will start to happen again. And so this idea of practicing that is, no matter if you're new or an old school veteran, that potentially is going to happen from time to time, because part of it is like you're breaking through layers of like a ceiling of expansion. And so sometimes when you're up against the ceiling, you'll start to feel it more in the throat. And so the practice of moving it a little, like inch by inch or a couple inches at a time above the head, it opens up the expansion, but it also is doing something to the brain and the intellect and the intuition. So it allows for a greater level of expansion, and it helps you be able to penetrate those ceilings that might arise when we're doing our meditation. And so a lot of times when I feel something in the throat, it's that issue. Like, so I like maybe play with that a little bit.
okay? That sounds good. Thanks.
And go ahead, Donita, and then we have questions and shares in chat.
Hey, Miss Donina.
Greg. So I would like to share.
Sure.
First of all, I'm feeling much better, and this last part was amazing because I kind of lost you somewhere. I was kind of there. So that is a good ending. But as soon as we started inhaling on the, loosening the spine, I had a completely different reaction. My body just experienced a lot of pain suddenly. It was just
What'd you
all
say? Pain?
pain, yes. So much that like my neck, my neck, my back, like the upper shoulders, my calves, my joints, my entire body was in a lot of pain and discomfort, and even emotions kind of came up.
So there was emotions or no emotions?
Yes, the emotions
Yeah.
came a little bit after.
That's why the physical pain is like emotions were coming out. Like, because the deepest release when we're trying to release body tension or emotion, it comes out of the spine. And so sometimes, like, you know, you've done all kinds of work, but like sometimes the stuff coming out of the spine, it's like too much comes out sometimes at once, and it can be a little like the body will tighten up, or you'll feel a little weird, or you feel a little foggy in the head. And so you could use all kinds of things, like cedar should help clean that up. Stagnation blend should help clean that up. Just getting up and like moving around.
But I did. So you see, I'm not foreign. So I use cedar body tonic on my spine, not regularly. I inhaled on the spine, you know, I always. So this was really kind of uncomfortable and predictable and very painful, that it was just intense. And it was really hard to even stay with the whole everything, but I just trusted, you know, and just stayed with
But
it.
when it was intense, you got up and moved around, or
Yes,
you
yes.
inhaled the cedar? And did that
Yes.
make it get better, or?
When the intensity started, I got up and moved around, and then the emotions started coming up. So I still feel a bit of emotions coming up. I
Okay.
inhaled actually emotional release. That's the
Yeah,
one that I inhaled.
I would say, I mean, depends on your personality, but knowing your personality, I'd say double down. Like when we come back, we're gonna do the few more cycles of it. A lot of times it's like it's partially out, just like flush it out.
Oh.
If it feels too overwhelming or too sensitive, just try to stabilize it. But you know,
I know, no, it's
with
good.
students, I usually say like just stabilize it. But for myself, like we have this joke. I was like, oh, I feel something coming out. Time to double down. Like it just get it out. You know.
I know I'm gonna double it down, you know me. But one thing that I also realized, as it was like I was sitting in this pain, feeling it everywhere, even in my calves and everywhere, and discomfort. And especially there was a knot on my right shoulder, you know, like
Yeah,
the
you know what it was from? It was we did that Kartika practice on
and
Thursday.
I did it, and I did it more. I did it yesterday, and I did
So
it more.
that's why all that stuff's coming out of
I
your
know.
spine.
I did it yesterday, and I did it
Yeah,
even
yeah,
after the session with you. We did it again, and I
yeah.
inhaled tuberose.
So you know what else you can do is like foot baths with a pound of salt. Suck some of it out of your feet. Put like spikenard or even lavender. Like a lot of times I use sandalwood or aloes, but like you just, you know, get like a little tub, you know, it's big enough for your feet, put a pound of salt in with some water, and then, you know, just let it soak for about 20 minutes, and we'll just, you can do a little meditation if you want, or you can just let your feet soak. It'll suck a bunch of stuff out of your spine.
I grew up with that. That's what we used to do growing up.
Yeah, yeah,
you
beautiful.
know? But I wanted to say that I know exactly that something was shifting, and
Yeah,
because as I was sitting in that misery,
yeah.
there was sudden, kind of like, I don't even know if it was an expansion, but there was just
Mhm.
a light kind of within, but it was
Sure.
different. It was a connection of dots of realizations, but it was still kind of in a gray, kind of foggy grayish. I couldn't see clear, but there was like glimpses of awareness between different layers of life and dreams. And I don't even know how to explain it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, very nice.
So what do I do? How do I clear that up? Just continue doing this practice?
Doing
How do
the
I bring
practice and do
light?
the salt bath. Yeah, or the foot tub. Yeah.
So that will actually help kind of bring
Mhm.
more light into
Mhm.
actually. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Cleaning the feet's always a good idea. Cleaning the feet's always a good idea. Even just rubbing spikenard on the feet's a good idea. Like spikenard or tuberose, but tuberose is a bit pricey, so I usually say spikenard.
Okay, so basically sometimes I'm lazy to take a salt bath, so that would be
Yeah,
actually
just rub some
perfect.
spikenard on your feet, call it a good day, and just go to bed, or you know, lay on the couch. And
Perfect. Thank you so much. So you
you're
see,
so welcome.
okay, I'll do it again.
And go ahead, Lolly, and then we'll.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey, so yeah, the practice was really amazing. The spine was not for me. So I had this somewhat of a similar experience. So thank you for these, for the advice, because that was challenging for me. But the practice itself was totally amazing. So thank you for that. As far as the breathing, inhale and exhale from the nose, but if I want it to be stronger, then exhale from the mouth?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
You
so,
can do it through the nose, but the mouth will make it a little strong. Yeah.
okay, but let's say really I'm doing that with somebody that I'm doing healing on. If I wanted to just make it easier for them, they don't even need to think about it too much,
No,
just inhale,
yeah,
exhale.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then going back to what you talked about, twin hearts.
Hmm?
So the component that I'm also thinking about when we're doing twin hearts and we're blessing, so it's a form of doing service.
Hmm?
Where does that fit in if we're doing the more
Yeah, you could
systemic?
still do that. Like you could still do that, but like here I'm not really teaching energy healing. I'm just doing the thing with
Right.
oils. And so
Right.
like with the version that we taught with Astara, we bless the earth with a holy name when we do that.
Okay.
And so yeah.
So then
So
somehow
you could
we
still do
add
that. You can still do your blessing and use the prayer. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then if I want to add that component to the
Sure.
Moses,
Oh, yeah,
if
yeah.
I'm not doing twin hearts. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Why is it called Moses technique?
It was given by Moses. Yeah. Yeah, it was actually instructions. It was very veiled in how he described it, but you know, back in the day, they spoke differently. They weren't as literal as people are now. And so you had to kind of translate the metaphors that he was saying. Because like he referred to the heart and the crown as a bird, and you know, you bring these two birds together, and then you know, it's just this little thing. But the navel is and that was a bowl. And at some point, you dip the birds in the bowl, and then when you do that, one dies and one flies away. So if you look at energetically, like you activate the heart, then you go down to the navel. As you sit on the navel for a while, or if you're not doing the navel part, even if you sit on the heart for a while, eventually what happens is the crown begins to activate, right? As the crown activates, the heart shrinks and the navel shrinks because all that energy is moved up to the head. So in the instructions, when he says one of the bird dies, it's because the energy is moved up to the crown, and then the bird that's still alive, you let loose and let it fly away. That is the expansion of awareness. So yeah, I have that written down. It was in a couple of the old booklets, but I can pull it back up again. And
Yeah, I was hoping you would do the whole thing because
Yeah,
it's really
yeah.
good. It's in the sleep, memory, and lymphatic
yeah,
class.
we can pull it out and give it to you guys. Like it was, boy, was that like 4 or 5 years ago?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's 6.
Even when I was still in PH, you know, I had shown that to several people, a couple of the different acharyas and stuff. But,
Can Greg clarify the difference between heart higher emotions versus solar plexus emotions?
I'm not understood. Just the idea of the emotions, or I don't.
What's the maybe I'll let them type in.
Yeah, maybe just give a little. Sounds like you're asking something specific, so I'm going to give you a specific answer.
I think the moment is past.
Oh.
Do the legs need to be straight while relaxing the knees?
No, I would just say don't, like, you know how you're like you sit on your knees where your heels are touching your butt. Like don't be like that. But if you're sitting in a chair or you're laying in the bed or you're laying on a couch and your knees up a little bit, any of those ways is fine.
Okay, they clarified. He mentioned heart and emotions, but usually we talk about the solar plexus as emotions.
No, both are associated with emotions. Higher emotions are usually has to do with others. Solar plexus, lower emotions has to do with the self. So they're usually triggered by instinctive responses. So a lot of your lower emotions, I mean, there's good ones, but there's also a lot of bad ones. They're all in the solar plexus. Then when you think of like love, compassion, tolerance, loving kindness, those kinds of things, they're all more of the heart. So usually has to do with others. Solar plexus has to do with the self. Like when you get angry, it's not your heart, it's your solar plexus. Right? Yeah. I think that answers it, yeah.
Mhm. Mm. So when we were doing the spine part, like awareness and relaxing, and then you had us focus on our heart after that. Someone shared, it now feels like it has a life force of its own.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you nailed it. Like it's super activating just by relaxing that. Part of what you're doing is you're also relaxing agitation. So there's this Buddhist way of doing, there's lots of different ways of doing twin hearts, or the heart in a 1,000-petal lotus, or the Moses technique. It's not unique to, I mean, it's basically connecting the heart and the ground, right? In the Irish tradition, they have this ring where it's a heart with a little crown on it, and there's a name for that ring. I can't remember, but that is a thing in the various Irish traditions. But even in places where you see in the Catholic tradition, they'll have forms of twin heart. They just don't have a practice that is as direct, but within their practice is woven this connection between the heart and the ground. People go about it in very different ways, right? So in the Buddhist tradition, the way that you activate the heart is you hold a piece of amber, or you wear amber. So you see a lot of times they either have an amber pendant on, or they'll have a hat that has amber on the sides, or the amber mala, or they'll have chunks of amber around them. And this is something that we even utilize in Astara. Is one of the things that Erlene Cheney, who is the founder of Astara, talked about the use of amber. She didn't go into a lot of detail, but she acknowledged the use of amber for a deeper spiritual practice. And it doesn't have energy the way stones do. But what it does is it's very calming and soothing to certain kinds of agitation in the body. And so one of the areas that it's very calming and soothing to is the spine. And so, yeah.
So, and from there, somebody shared an experience from the breathing. They said, I'm noticing some agitation in the pause before the next inhalation.
Can you give me a little bit more information? Like what's getting agitated? The breath, the mind, emotions, the body?
Probably the mind, feeling like the body is going to run out of breath.
Okay, I get that. Like ease your way out of it. Because there are certain breathing techniques that I haven't talked about where you push the limits of the breath, and especially in the exhalation, and then you hold your breath with no oxygen in your lungs. The mind starts to go into a crazy place. Right. And so I would say just make the gaps a little bit smaller. And then as your body acclimates to it, or as the mind acclimates to it, start making the gap bigger. Right. That's why when we were doing it, I was like, don't feel that you need to count like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever. Just kind of do where you're at, right? So one of the ways to blow through that is to do the pursed lip breathing. And maybe we'll do that after lunch. I hadn't planned on it, but like in almost every tradition, you notice that they not every tradition, but almost like they'll blow a horn, or they'll blow a shell, or they'll blow some sort of instrument. And part of that is to actually address what you're talking about. It's to open up the bronchioles. Like, this is the Jewish version of it. Like, it's this like kind of fancy thing that they do at ceremony. But part of it is you're having to do pursed lip breathing, right? So, you don't have to have the instrument. I mean, of course, I like my toys, but like, you don't have to have the instrument to do the pursed lip breathing. In the Buddhist and Hindu tradition, it's a shell, like a conch shell. I have a little it's like a little it's a horn, like it looks like off an antelope or something. Sadhu, is that how I'm saying it right? Sadhu, like the really kind of the yogis that are really extreme in India, where they stand on one leg for like 10 years or something. They do these really extreme things to like temper the mind. They'll do that, and then they'll blow this horn. So I have like one of the like a couple 100-year-old horn from one of those guys that it's really hard to blow, like really hard to blow. And I do that for the pursed lip breathing. And as soon as you do that, it expands awareness. Like you're manually undoing the bronchioles. And so part of the intellect having a hard time letting go is the bronchioles are tight. And so like if the bronchioles are real tight, it's hard for the mind to shift into intuition. So it's probably more physiological, but you feel it in the mind. Yeah.
And they said it got better when I focused on the diaphragm.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
Mhm. So I need to practice more.
Yeah.
Maybe get a flute.
Yeah, there you go.
And then Carolyn, you were unmuted. I don't know if you had a question
Hey,
or
Miss Carolyn.
maybe it was an accident. Feel free to unmute yourself if you do have a question or share for sure. Question, do we shoot? Oh, sorry. This is from the crown upward. Do we shoot it up just once or with each exhalation and hold it there?
I would do like first, it's more important to do an inch above your head, 3 inches, 5 inches, however you want to do it, 2 inches, 4 inches, 6 inches, eventually getting to 12 inches above your head. After you've done that for a little while, then start shooting it up and like do it a few times. You don't have to do it with every breath, because if you remember when we did it, like inhale, hold your breath for a second, and then shoot it up, and then you're just being still for a moment. You'll do like that. You'll let it be there for a while. And the first time you go, oh, that was nice. And then you do it again. You go, oh, that was nice. It'll start getting longer and longer. Whatever expansion or shift of awareness happens, then just enjoy it. Like whatever happens, and if you come back through and you go, yeah, I could do another one. Do another one, or if you feel done, then just be done. Yeah.
And this was a share after we did the front heart, back heart, navel, crown. A huge violet flame on my crown with gold in the center.
Oh, very nice.
The gold is a mix of the endless knot and stacked Asian letters.
Oh.
The prayer kept getting refined. Each time I held it in my heart. So when we had the prayer in my heart, The prayer kept getting refined. Each time I held it in my heart, the vibration seemed to get higher. At some point, I was aware that it had a vital life force of its own.
Mhm.
I love how Greg is always splitting hairs. It's such a
Yeah, yeah. I am splitting hairs a lot. I have to keep my head covered. Nice little bald joke.
joke. Somebody like Dan said they had a similar navel and ajna
Yeah,
experience.
yeah, very nice.
When you were talking about like a foot bath, what about taggets on the feet instead of
Taggets would be very good for soothing the feet, but for the energetic component that we're talking to, it would be good, but like spikenard or something like that would be better. Taggets is really good for the feet though, like circulation for the feet, soothing the feet, taking out pain and achiness out of the feet, all of that, but it's not necessarily the energetic thing that we're looking.
Going to knees from navel, my navel opened up deeper. Going to the ankles, my navel began to spin anti-clockwise. Going to feet/soles, ray from the center of the navel appeared and went upwards.
Good, very good.
Oh, hang on there. Nope, that was it.
Okay, so we're going to take a break for lunch and we'll come back and we're going to do a little bit more. We'll do this, but with oils, right? We're just going to do the practice where we do heart, navel, crown, but with oils. We're not going to do the spine again. We're going to do that, but then we're going to go and do a thing that harmonizes the two sides of the brain and starts to stimulate oneness after that. So it will be another little practice. So let's come back at 2:30 and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And we kind of did the long roll through all of this, and then we did the normal version. Now we're going to do the normal version, but with oils. So again, you're going to use hyssop or sage or something relaxing or your favorite oil. You know, somebody was, I think it was Lolly, was asking about, you know, and certain meditations they go through and they bless to generate good karma. The aspect where it generates the good karma is when we start reflecting on the things in our surroundings, people, active situations, and past events. Up until then, this was actually given by Moses to help dissipate karmic conditions. And so there's a couple of different ways that you offset karma. One is to do blessing, generate good karma, but the other is to learn your lesson, right? And learning your lesson is actually, and generating karma, the two fastest ways to do it. And when you go through and you do this process, it helps facilitate this process of learning your karmic lesson or learning your lessons. So it dissipates the karmic tendencies or the karmic patterns within the physiology, emotions, mind, and, you know, the other places that it lingers. So you combine the two, like what Lolly was talking about, it's an actually even more accelerated practice. But we do that in some of the other things that we do. But if you're wanting to do a version of that, go right ahead. But here we're going to do a version of it with the oils. So you have your oil. Think of the prayer or the area of healing. And as you reflect on this, your awareness is on your heart. And as your awareness is on your heart, start taking long, slow, deep breaths with the oil that you're working with. Your awareness is on your front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the navel. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. And your awareness is on your crown, the top of your head. And then just let go. Just let go. Just be still. Again, your prayer or your area of healing is in the heart. You're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back heart. Let go of the visual. Your awareness is simply on the back heart. Your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. And then your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. And then be still. Just be still. Your awareness is on the crown. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and be still. Just be still. Again, your awareness is on the heart. You're reflecting on the area for healing or the prayer you offer up. Let that go. Move your awareness to the back heart. The navel. And then the crown. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just be still. Just be still. Just be still. Again, last time, your awareness is on the heart, the front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. The navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Your awareness is on your crown. And just be still. Be still with everything. Just be still. Notice how you feel. Your thoughts, your emotions, your body. Anybody want to share the difference with the oils and without the oils? You can unmute yourself or type in. Go ahead and unmute yourself and share. What's that for you? What was the difference?
I thought it was more
Way more soothing with the oil. Yeah. Yeah.
I actually feel more alert now too.
Mm.
Like it,
So you're alert. Okay.
I think you might have knocked everybody else out though, apparently. Uh, Someone shared easier and more focused.
Yeah.
Yes, soothing and rejuvenated.
Yeah. So the instructions given by Moses was to use hyssop. You know, you use cedar for another component of it, but for this part, it's hyssop. And going back to like Lolly's question about the generation of good karma, here with this component, you're helping to accelerate the learning of lessons, you know, which we go through a process, but they eventually leave the top of our head and go up to that area 12 inches above our head and anchor, the information is lesson learned. So there's that component. But if we even take a moment and start reflecting before we do our meditation practice, if you start reflecting on the people around you, the active situations, the past events, and you're using hyssop, actually works really well for this. There's that saying that Solomon says in the Bible, the Old Testament, purify me with hyssop, make me white as snow, right? And so this is, he doesn't give an explanation of what to do, but the purification of hyssop involved kind of a version of what we do, where we go, okay, put our awareness on the person, put the awareness on the active situation, put the awareness on past events, and then you work the hyssop as you go through and do this. So the most potent way of doing it is just this pattern: heart, navel, crown. And when you do that, you're diminishing your negative projections at people, and you're diminishing the tendency to absorb negativity from other people, right? So you're getting to be more about who you are rather than the interactions. I think Karen said it, what'd she say? Be in the world, not of the world, right? Basically, that means don't get entangled in the things that go on in society and the news and the stuff that people say and the stuff that people do. Yes, you have to deal with it. Yes, you have to interact with it, but it doesn't define you, right? It's just a thing that you're having to deal with, right? And so using the hyssop even in this way actually increases the potency of your inner experiences, but it diminishes the tendency or the potential for you to generate negative karma in these interactions. Because a lot of times we sometimes generate negative karma. We don't even know how or why, but some of it is how we interact with these situations. And so you're basically, now there's other ways of generating good karma. This is just one of them. You know, releasing light down below your feet is a big component of it, which is what you're doing here too. But there's ways of using like holy names and things like this where you really anchor strong energy into the earth. And so, you know, we explore that in some of the other classes. Right here, we're just doing the meditation, but it's a good way to clean up the energy centers. It's a good way to heal physical or psychological things going on you, even karmic issues. It's a way to dissipate the karmic issues. And it's a way to shed the day, shed the week, shed the last decade, whatever it is. You do this on a regular basis, you'll notice that your responses to difficult situations and difficult people will change over a period of time, you know. Totally will change over a period of time. So
And we had a couple more
yeah,
shares on
yeah.
question.
Yeah, probably.
When on the crown, there was an activation to the ajna and both of my ears. Why the ears?
Not sure. Could be energy coming up from the lower centers, like from the Mingmen and the kidneys. Yeah, I'm not sure though. Yeah.
Oils help me understand the emotion.
Yeah. Yeah. And can be very soothing. You know, the thing with the oils is it will help shift your physiology, especially your nervous system, very, very quickly. Where when we do it with meditation or mantra, sometimes it takes a lot longer. The oils will make it happen very fast. And so in ancient times, they would do the meditation, the mantra, but they would burn lots of incense. And so I find even the oils are easier to do than the incense. I mean, I still use incense for things like this, but the oils are just quick and to the point. Yeah. Yeah. So I know we just came back from a break about 45 minutes ago, but let's take another break. And then we're going to come back and we're going to start working on balancing the brain and blue pearl, which is associated with a oneness practice, achieving oneness. So I'll see you at 3:30. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming back. And now we're going to do this next piece. Remember what I used. We're going to do this without oils and then eventually with an oil. I'm just trying to see what I used. Okay. So when we're trying to have oneness, right, when we're trying to experience the soul, that is more from a place of intuition, not a place of intellect. So the difficulty is that we are, spending most of our day in intellect. So how do we shift gears? How do we shift and change? Then what happens if we spend a majority of our life in intellect, which is most of us, right? And so how do we have those moments where we experience the intuitive side, where we start to begin to experience the essence? And in beginning to experience the essence and intuition, we have a greater potential for oneness, or having oneness with the higher soul, right? And so there's techniques to stimulate this area, but as soon as you turn your attention away, it kind of dissipates and goes away. So here we're going to do a practice where we stimulate like a potential for oneness, and over a period of time, we just begin to have states of oneness, whether we're meditating or not. So this could be a daily practice. This could be a once a week practice, but I would say do this on a regular basis. Be it once a week, once a month, once a day, whatever it is. And so with this, we're going to kind of go through and do some steps, right? So the very first thing you're going to do is close your eyes and just reflect. It's not about like working anything, but you're just kind of reflecting and connecting to the things going on in your world, the people, your past situations, just whatever kind of comes to your mind. Just spend some moments to reflect. Okay, let go of the reflection, and your awareness is on the Ming Men, which is the backside of your navel, the low navel, the back navel, the low back area, also known as the low navel, apparently in my head. Take some long, slow, deep breaths. Keep taking nice, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Now, let's talk about the Ming Men for a minute. So one of the functions of the Mingmen is it's taking energy from the lower centers and it's shooting up to the higher centers. So this is tied to the movement of Kundalini, but it's also tied to moving energy from the lower centers, which would be associated with the lower nature, up to the higher centers, which is associated with more of the higher nature. So another way of saying that is it's raising the vibration of not just the energy or your energy body, but it's raising the vibration of the body itself. When your body goes into a crisis, when your body has a health related issue, part of how your body heals this is through the activation of the Mingmen. The Mingmen will raise the vibration of that area so that the body can have an accelerated healing rate, right? So you could say that it helps to break up blockages in the body. Now, this is also tied to helping to establish order, both within you and outside of you. So even when you have those active situations that cause you to be a little bit stressed out or not, right? Even when it's not in your body, it's something in the environment, the Mingmen will still overactivate, right? It will try to, the overactivation is trying to resolve the issue, right? So the Mingmen is established to establishing order within us and also outside of us, right? Now, an even deeper component is it's tied to what you would call the inner sense, like your inner awareness, your inner sense, your ability to perceive things inwardly is tied to the Mingmen. Now, the byproduct of this is the Mingmen is also associated with how your two sides of your brain become balanced. How it establishes orders is through the balance of intuition and intellect, right? So what we're doing here is we're first putting our awareness on the Mingmen. So you can reflect on a situation because this is going to help accelerate healing here. It's going to help establish order, different than what we just did. Like it's a different way. This is going to have a bit more, will have an impact on the instinctual responses in the body, but it will help resolve things mentally for you, right? Mentally. And so it still impacts emotions well, but like it where it really shines is mental. Right? And so again, reflect on something. Some area, some difficulty, some person, some Uncle Bob, whatever it is. Some person where something's going on, active situation, or a past event. Right? You can continue to reflect or let it go, either way. But now your awareness is on the low back area, the Mingmen, the backside of the navel. What were you thinking about? Oh, don't do that. Think of for someplace or now you're going to keep your awareness on that low back area and then do your brain. So you're doing the low back area and the brain at the same time. You've let go of all the imagery. Here we're balancing the brain with this particular step. Now let it go for a moment. Make it better. Now your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. You're going to keep your awareness on the back heart, but now your awareness is on the back heart and the Ming Men at the same time. The back heart and the back side of the navel at the same time. And then your awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then just pause and let go. Just be still. Again, your awareness is on the Ming Men, which is your low back area. Okay, just let that go for a moment. Okay, your again awareness on the Ming Men. Taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And your awareness is on the Ming Men and the brain at the same time. You're just letting go from Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart and the Mingmen at the same time. Area between your shoulder blades and the low back at the same time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart and the Mingmen. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the soles of your feet. And then pause and be still. Just keep your eyes closed, let it incubate. Let go of everything. Now let's do it with oils. You can use that same oil that you were using, or if you want to change something calming and soothing. Okay, whatever you have, you're using. Your awareness is on the Ming Men. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And your awareness is on the Ming Men and the brain at the same time. Ming Men and brain. Just pause and let go for a moment. Your awareness is on the heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the heart. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your heart and the Ming Men, which is the low back area, both at the same time. Awareness is on the soles of your feet. The soles of your feet. Just be still. Just be still. Let go of everything. Just be still. Just be still. So we're going to do one more cycle, but keep your eyes closed. I'm just going to talk something out here real quick. So at first, you're transmuting, raising the vibration of the body with your awareness on the Ming Men. Then you have your awareness on the Ming Men and the brain at the same time, where it's beginning to harmonize these two sides of the brain in a more accelerated rate. The Ming Men always is trying to do this a little bit, but doesn't always mean it happens, right? Here it's very accelerated. So at this point, the blue pearl has been stimulated. So now there starts to be a downpouring of light or information down into the form or into the mind. The reason why going to the back heart is you're allowing for the download coming from the soul to enter into the incarnated soul or into the the lower form, right? So you're getting it into the emotional body, you're getting it into the heart. You could say that the heart is the doorway to the lower realm. Then you go back heart and Ming Men. Now the Ming Men raises vibration, but in times of materialization, the Ming Men can take information and physicalize it into the earth, right? So most times it moves it up, but in times when you're trying to bring a thought or an idea and bring it down into form, part of what you're doing is the Ming Men then shoots it down to the sex chakra, down through the basic, and then down into the earth. So we're helping to facilitate this with the heart and the Ming Men, and then awareness on the soles of the feet. So at this point, you're releasing soul energy into the earth. You're releasing light into the earth. And by doing this, you're generating good karma, right? You're generating good karma, and you're breaking the pattern of the things that you've accumulated over a period of time, which is what you're standing on, the things underneath your feet, down in the earth. And so the first practice we did was to help learn karmic lessons. This one is actually to generate good karma. This is to put light into the earth. This is to break the pattern. So they both have a little bit of both in each, but this one's more about generating the good karma, releasing light into the earth. You're bringing soul energy in, and then you're releasing it into the earth, right? So we're going to do one more cycle, right, with the whales. So again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the Ming Men, the low back area. Your awareness is on the Ming Men and the brain at the same time. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Awareness is on the back heart and the Mingmen both at the same time. The Mingmen being the low back area opposite the navel. Soles of the feet. How do you feel? Check in with your body, emotions, your mind. Let's go ahead, share experiences, ask questions. And unmute yourself or type in or send me information psychically. You know, when you get deeply relaxed, that whole thing like this can be such a pain. I get there a lot. I feel you.
And go ahead, Dan and Laura.
Hey, Dan.
I mean, Sarah.
Hi. You know, I got a little congested when we were doing that.
Like
Uh,
sinus congestion or energy congestion?
well, there was a bit of sinus. I kind of go through that in and out anyway, it seems like, but I'm in my office too, so it might be, you know, energies from the work week and all that stuff too. I need to start oming the office during the weekends, but and then I went up and I got a spray, like I made a spray with
Uh-huh.
vodka and master blend. I
Sure.
cleaned the chair, and then that helped, but I'm still a little still congested up in the head, and was kind of in the you know, when we started doing the whole thing. It's felt fallen a little bit from like the blue pearl area to just kind of the back
Like
of the neck.
do the health raise where you go like this. Like I'm gonna do it for you too, but like you can go through and you can smell health rays as well, but like you can just kind of, yeah. Yeah, that I mean that is the thing with doing the blue pearl. It fills the body with so much light, sometimes the body gets congested.
Yeah.
So in the, you know, this is a little tidbit out of the Mastering the Elements class. The thing that we followed it with was health rays. And so you could use helichrysum, you could use sandalwood, you could use health rays, and it will just help to decongest the body.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very good.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You know, when like this actually congest the whole body, but when you do the meditation where you stimulate the blue pearl, the part that gets congested is just your head. Like you,
Yep.
like if you look at somebody after they've done blue pearl, they look like a pumpkin head. Like they have this big old giant thing and then a stick body, like, you know, just energy, because everything's stuck here. And so they have this little thin, like, and then this big old pumpkin head. It's kind of funny to look at energetically,
Okay.
but
Yeah. Because
but
after
when you're doing this, you're flooding the whole body with light rather than just the head. And so the potential is the body can get congested. And so usually as a follow-up, I do like health rays, helichrysum, even certain kinds of pine, like terebinth would work. But usually health rays, helichrysum, or sandalwood are the big hitters there.
Great, great. Yeah, I did a little bit of you know, after Master Choa does his blue pearl, you know, he says make sure to sweep your down, right? To keep
Right.
sweeping several times. So yeah, I tried that.
That I hope the head part, but still it's the whole body's can get congested. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks. But that was deep. That was
Yeah,
new.
yeah, that was super
That was
deep.
new.
I let you guys linger there a little longer too. I was like,
Yeah.
it's one of those kinds of weekends. Let's just hang out here for a little bit.
Right. Yeah. Thanks.
And go ahead, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Hello, I'm calling you from the low navel psychically. It did make me chuckle. So this has been super helpful and interesting today. I think I'm beginning to understand what you mean by unwinding.
Yes, good.
Because what I was clearing, it relates to a form of guilt.
Sure.
And I saw this like great big knot that because, you know, what's been interesting about a lot of these meditations is, especially with when we were going from the navel down to the lower body, for me, I haven't really had any physical languaging, let's call it that, to understand how to clear the lower nature that way.
Yeah.
So
it's actually not a very common, like, you know, it's like built in sometimes to some practices, but people don't really talk about it very much. Like I don't know why. Like but yeah, like I hear you on that one. A lot of times there is not a big reference for it.
Yeah, because in my work, you know, I go up above the crown a lot, but going down and clear, like there's all this stuff, because my main area of locking up now is my like low back.
Right.
And so a lot of that I felt there was movement, and it's literally like a whole knotted thing that's letting
Mhm.
go.
Mhm.
So that's really super helpful. And weirdly, I saw it as an octopus type thing stuck to my lower back with a pebble in its mouth. That was like, and it's so that I'm being shown.
Interesting. So,
Yeah.
so a lot of times an octopus can because I've seen the imagery before. I'm not sure
Mm.
this is exactly what it is, but an octopus can be somebody who in your periphery, in your past, in some active situation,
Mhm.
who is like very entangling, like their energy body sends out projections very easily, and as much as you try to detach and get away, they just keep pulling in. And I'm curious, the pebble, I mean, it could be a blockage or whatever, but it also could be that octopus gnawing on like the blue pearl, or like, because a lot of times they're keeping you from connecting, like they're keeping you from that inner connection.
Uh-huh.
And so we used to have even a term, like when we'd be dealing with stuff like way back in the day, we'd go, the person's an octopus.
Mm. Mm.
Like literally we'd use those words. And
Yeah.
so it just meant that it wasn't just like, oh, I cut and I release you. It's just like you're fighting to get this thing off, and they're just like almost like wrestling you with it. And it could be somebody who's very very opinionated, very willful, really is wanting to blame you or want something from you. And it could be now, could be in the past. It doesn't have to be a current thing. It can be, something that's like kind of latched onto you. I mean, it doesn't quite look like an octopus, like energetically, but the idea is just all of these cords or arms are coming out at you and grabbing hold of you.
Yeah.
And so does that fit somebody in your past?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And I feel like it's coming, I'm clearing it at more at
Yeah.
kind of collective level as well.
Right.
And so yeah.
And are they still active, or was that something like in the past and it's kind of got some distance, but it's still impacting you, but it's got some distance?
I would say impact and distance. I mean, last time I think it was the mechanics of the aura, I think, the last class I did with you. And that was all 4 of the male archetypes in my life who've caused me difficulties kind of were one being as a 4-headed monster. Let's put it that way. It's like, and I was like, oh, I'm starting to see it at the higher and higher levels.
Yeah.
Instead of individuating. So that was really interesting experience. And now this, and then I don't think, for me, I understand that that's probably other things you come across. That pebble was actually white. And then I asked my guidance what to do with it. And they said, smash it and make it a fractal that you can look at flat. It was almost like, when you do, God, I can't remember the word for it, but it's when you break things up and you make not a tapestry, but it's out of stone. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Right.
out of it. It was like, look at it this way so you can see it as not a personal thing. It's just a result of all these different things.
Okay. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was really cool. And yes, so that for me, anything with the lower body is awesome. Thank you. Because the upper body is something I've kind of always instinctively been able to do, but the lower body, to remember that, is great. It's great to have the languaging. So thank you.
Oh, good.
Yeah, fascinating. Thanks a lot.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
And go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey. So yeah, I do go way deeper with your meditations than actually anything else that I've been doing. So that's, I like that. So a couple of questions. If I were to do this one in addition to the Moses technique or the advanced Moses technique, so would you do this one after the Moses technique?
Yeah,
or
do
would
it
you
after.
do it different?
Yeah, do it
Okay.
after. Yeah.
Okay.
Like that's why I kind of staggered them like this way. I was like, you could do them each individually, but like you know, there's always going to be people who are like, what if I did these together or whatever? Like do the Moses technique first or the advanced, and then do this one after the fact. Yeah, the perfect.
Okay, so it's more powerful to do them together.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And like if you did them in reverse, it would still work, but the Moses technique makes this stronger. Like
And
it
makes
makes it
sense.
easier for the blue pearl to activate.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. And then another question is, if we're looking at the three brains, because where does that, because that also activates the, is
Yes.
that a version of that in a way? Because you're using some of the same centers.
Yeah, so you could go through, do the first one, do the second one, and then you could do we're after this, we're gonna do a little bit of the materialization technique, and then we're gonna fold
Right.
in the three brain right after that. And
Okay.
so you could still mix and match. Like there's times where I just do the three brains by itself. You know, I
Right.
go down, up, down, you know, it depends on my day or whatever. But each one of these things could be a thing by themselves, or you can use them like building blocks and kind of mix and match. They'll all augment each other. The way that I'm presenting it is like the most like most energy you're going to generate. But if you did them out of order, it would still work really, really well. Like it would just be, I mean, because there's times where I go, I'm going to do three brain, and then I go, you know, now I got the juices flowing. I'm going to go back and do, and I'll kind of almost go reverse, and still very, very powerful.
Okay. So this
Yeah.
one is not necessarily a version of the three brains. It's just another.
No, it's
Okay.
actually it's to harmonize the two sides of the brain. So
Right.
basically what you're doing is you're stimulating the blue pearl so that you can maintain that stimulation, but it's also cultivating active intelligence. So it's by harmonizing the two, you're starting to develop this component, the
Okay.
ajna or the
Yeah.
So perfect.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because there's so many different options and different meditations, and I get a little bit lost on where
I think we're going to kind of do this like, I don't know, we might not do it every month, but every like 6-8 weeks, we're going to do just a day of like meditations where we take and, you know, we might even revisit some of this, but there's other pieces that we could add, and just to have like a little idea of, these are several things that you could do on a daily or a weekly basis, and then people can just pick and choose the thing that they want. But we want to be able to establish like some things that you can do daily or weekly, depending on what your needs are.
Yeah, and overall, I do feel I feel so much better than I did throughout the week or this morning. So
good.
Yeah, it's like it's clear, it's more focused, it's more present. So yeah, thank you.
Good. You're so welcome.
Thanks.
So with that last part, you may have just answered this, but someone asked, can Greg repeat the steps of what is happening in this last protocol? I was a bit high when.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I give you an explanation and you're all like expanded and go, oh, by the way, like what you're doing is da 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 da. I crack myself up sometimes. Right. So it's all about the timing, right? So when you still cracking myself up. It's a little bit like a German Shepherd, like, oh, squirrel, hey, I'm going to tell you something in this deep expanded state. So when you do the Ming Men, for one, you're raising the vibration of the body. Two, you're moving some Kundalini up, right? You're moving some Kundalini up. You're also helping to establish order both within yourself, but even outside of yourself, right? Because like sometimes what happens is you might be in a good place, but there's things going on you that actually start to cause the body to be agitated. And so with greater levels of awareness, you can go, oh, if I resolve these things, or if I put some motion in these things, everything will resolve. So there's this drive to establish order internally and externally, right? And then, I mean, like if you think about just that piece, think about when you see a path to like how things should be, or like a thought process, and somebody comes in and tells you something that's vastly different or in vast opposition. You know, eventually the Ming Men will try to bring some sort of order to that. But what do we usually do? Like a lot of times we get a little triggered and a little upset, like, oh, how could they think that way? How could they be doing this? Why do these people do these things? Like, you know, whatever version of that is, it's the same Mary gets triggered, right? So when it's in a good space, it activates to raise the vibration of the situation. When it's not regulated, it's you get triggered and then you get like upset, or the adrenals kick in, and then it becomes a fight flight kind of thing. So you're literally taking things that could potentially trigger you, and you're turning it into things that, there's a difficulty, but I can resolve this. I can bring order to this, or I can walk away from this. Like it kind of almost doesn't matter, right? Because we've refined this. So in that, the Ming Men also harmonizes the two sides of the brain. So you're harmonizing intellect and intuition, right? Most times we're a little too in the intellect. So it just starts to bring a balance or harmony between the two, right? And this phase is when the blue pearl begins to activate, right? So now there's an increase of information and energy and light coming down into the blue pearl that then begins to fill the body, right? So you go from Ming Men and brain at the same time, then you go to just the back heart, right? So this is taking that energy and you're starting to anchor it into the physical body and the emotional body, basically into the lower realm, right? Then you go from the back heart to the Ming Men, where you're taking that light and you're moving it further down, right? As soon as it gets into the Ming Men usually shoots things up, but in materialization, it takes that and then shoots it down, right? So it shoots it down to the sex chakra, to the basic, and then releases it out your feet. So when we go back heart, Ming Men, right? We're letting it linger, then we let it go and we go to the feet, just to increase the downpour of light into that area below your feet, right? When you do that, you start to create a state of oneness. Rather than stimulating oneness, you're creating a state of oneness, right? You're filling the earth below you, which is attracting the building blocks, the elements, the elementals that come up into your body. You're creating this like light sphere around that area below your feet, so that things that come in, they're cleaned up, they're refined. Even when people start projecting things at you, it's not as bad because it's got to go through that light. So the light will break it down. You have karmic imagery coming in, the light starts breaking it down. It starts transmuting it before it even hits your physiology, right? Yeah, interesting, huh? Okay, so we're going to come back and we're going to even do another little deeper stimulation of the blue pearl. So let's come back straight up on the hour, and yeah, we'll do a little bit more. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Hope you've been having an enjoyable day. It's been a nice kind of, I think, easy pace. But anyway, so again, going back into the vein of what you could do as a daily practice, you could do the first thing that we did. You know, you don't have to do all the steps of, oh, I'm going to relax my spine and I'm going to, you know, deepen my breath and slow down my breath, and I'm going to relax my knee and ankle and foot. It helps, but you don't have to be doing it every time. You could do the Moses technique in about 15, 20 minutes, like a good solid version of it. And then this piece that we did, I mean, we did a slower, longer version of it, but we did it without oils and we did it with oils. Again, you could probably do it in like 20 minutes. Now, like somebody was saying, can we do them both together? You can do them together, you can do them separately. So if you just want to pick like one day I'm going to do this, one day I'm going to do that, and it's just like this little 20-minute thing, all of that works. But if you want to put them together, like you can do that as well. And I want to just revisit something. We've done the materialization breath a bunch of times, but one thing about the materialization breath is it is another way to stimulate the blue pearl or the mental permanent seed, which is the center that helps to process information and light from the soul. And so, again, done on a regular basis, it keeps you in that innovative way of thinking. It keeps you materializing the things that are positive and not letting the intellect just grind on the things that negative that bring that into form. It's a way to bust out of the tendencies that you have. And it's a way to also do healing or prayer. So like if there's a prayer you want to answer, you think about it at the beginning. If there's something you want to heal, you think about it. If there's something you want to do for somebody else, going back to the idea of generating good karma, even just doing things for people that you care about, you focus on them. You don't have to worry about, do I do this? Do I do that? They have a bad hip. What do I do? Just focus on them. You will fill them with light, right? The light will do what it does, right? It's energy with consciousness. So you're directing light to them for their healing process. Okay. And then at the end, we'll just continuing that innovative approach, we'll just do a little tiny bit of the three brains. And so we're going to edit all this out so you can just push play and go through and do it. But it gives you an idea of what you can do on your own for a daily practice, or at least a couple times a week practice, right? Okay, so with that, go ahead and let's pick up your favorite oil again. There's a whole section on the different oils that can be used for materialization and for what for. It was in that free class at the end of the year, Revitalize and Thrive. And there's a whole like little booklet that has like, if you're trying to do healing, these are the oils. If you're trying to materialize a goal, these are an oil. If you're trying to do a prayer, these are the oil. Right now, let's just practice the technique. Right? So pull out your favorite oil. I'm going to use Blue Mountain Sage. Blue Mountain Sage. Okay, so first you're going to take the bottle and you're going to hold it to your chest. And the only reason you're holding it to your chest is just so when your head is down, you have that to inhale. Other than that, there's no big reason, right? So you're holding your bottle to your chest, and I'll just do a refresher. Head down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Okay, let's do it together. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Down, up. Do another 4 or 5 on your own. And then just be still. And just being still. Now, if you want to think about a prayer or an area for healing, okay, let that go. Bottle to your chest, chin down, inhale, hold your breath, head up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Do about 6 or 7 more on your own. And then when you're done, be still. Again, reflect on the prayer or the area of healing. Actually, let's mix this up. Reflect on the people around you, good or bad, doesn't matter. Just reflect on some of the people around you. Now, reflect on active situations that you have going on. And reflect on past experiences. Just let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go at your own pace. Just be still. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And when you're done, just be still. Okay, gonna shake that off. We're gonna still do the materialization process, but let's do this. Let's do it about the war in Gaza. So we're going beyond ourselves and we're looking at something out in the world. So just reflect on it. We're not going to dwell on this too long, but this is just also practice of doing things that are not just about us, but out in the world. So you're looking at the war in Gaza. If you don't do much about it, just focus on the war in Gaza, Gaza Strip. Awareness is on the heart. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. Okay, we're going to let that go. We're going to keep using your same oil. Now, there was a whole weekend that talked about the three brains, but we're just revisiting it as a daily practice. So you're going to utilize the oils that you have. I'm just going to guide you through a once through. Okay, so you're inhaling the oil that you're using. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the crown. Awareness is on your front solar plexus, area below your ribs. Move your awareness to the back heart. And then your awareness is on the low back area, or excuse me, back heart. We're going to the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Now your low back area, the main men, the backside of the navel. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Okay, now we're going reverse. We're going from the bottom up. Awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths on the sex chakra. Then your low back, the main men. Awareness is on your low back. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the front solar. Your back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. The brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Awareness is on the crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. By doing the 3 brains every day, you're cleaning up your energy field, more the aura than the chakras. And you're cultivating intuition. You're balancing out the 3 aspects of the mind, the mental component, the emotional component, and then the instinctive component. And you're harmonizing the 3 rather than just being driven by one. This helps for what we call active clairvoyance, your ability to process information and make decisions quickly and then adjust and adapt. Perfect example is like somebody who's playing music, or an athlete who's really performing, or somebody who's really in their work. You know, it could even be computers or something. There's intellect and there's intuition. Intuition is the problem solving component, the innovative component. Who couldn't use a little extra problem solving ability or innovative ability? It cleans up the energy body, and well, there's that whole booklet if you want to go through it really in depth, but this was just to establish like a potential daily practice. So between the materialization breath and then the 2 parts of the 3 brain, how did you guys do? Share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in.
Greg, this is Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hey, would you repeat the first part of the 3 brains? I got the second part, but the first part, for some reason, I don't know. I think sometimes
The technique part. The technique part.
Yes.
So you go brain and then crown.
Okay.
Then you go solar plexus, then back heart. Then sex, and then Ming Men.
Okay. And then, so the back part would be reverse bottom up, right? It goes sex, Ming, front solar plexus,
back heart, and then brain and crown. Yes, correct.
I think I struggle a little bit with that one. I have in other classes too, so I probably need to work with it.
It's okay. Yeah, especially if you're following a recording or something in paper, it's hard to do it sometimes from memory. Like even sometimes, like before we started the downward, I was like, wait, where do we start? Like I had to think it out for a second. You know, I've been doing it for years. I still had to think it out for a second.
You're very kind. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed the class.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you have a nice day?
I did. I'm really glad. You know, this is really good for grounding, for being clearer. All this beautiful information you bring through for us in these teachings, if they can't really ground and we can't really use them or use them somewhat properly, you know what I mean? So this is a wonderful class. Excellent. And having this access to you as well. And thanks Sam and everybody that's helping you out. So you can be here for us. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Letty. And then go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. Couple of questions just to clean up in my mind. When in doing the Moses practice, it's basically 4 times through or until we feel complete.
Like usually 4 to 7. You know, just because we're doing a big long day, I stopped at 4.
Mm-hmm.
But the instructions from Moses, like 4 has a materialization effect. The
Right.
instruction for Moses was you do it 7 times.
Okay.
So, you know, you can go quicker, but I find that like sometimes if I do 4 slower, it's just as deep as going 7 times.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
In doing the Moses technique,
Mhm.
is it, so it seems to me to do chakra breathing while I'm doing that. It seems to be a natural kind of an occurrence. Am I adding unnecessary
No, you can.
complication?
Yeah, you can. You know, like deeper forms when you're really working something, you could do that.
Mhm.
You know, if the energy body's used to it, but like this was just to like kind of go through and do it, something you could do on a regular basis. Like
Right.
something where you do the chakra breathing, you know, if anything, the chakra breathing would mostly be probably on the front heart, but that definitely intensifies things a little bit. And so as long as the body can handle it, I'd say it's fine. But
Mhm. Yeah.
goal is not to make it too overwhelming, or because like you might be okay in the session, but the thing is if it gets a little too overwhelming, you won't be consistent with it. It's like, oh, I need a break from it a little bit, right? And the
Mhm.
goal here is to do something kind of on a consistent basis.
Okay.
So like you be the judge, like you could totally do it, but just
Mhm.
as long as you can maintain like that consistency.
Okay. Consistency is the target here.
Yeah, the consistency is the goal, because we're doing other things where we're going like doing deeper dives,
Mhm.
and so this is like, you know, drinking a glass of water and brushing your teeth in the morning. You know, you're just wanting to do a little maintenance, mop up, clean up, reset, whatever it is, or you're doing it before bed, but it's just like one of those just daily things that's not like super intense.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting the recordings because I was completely out for
Yeah, good for you.
the blue pearl section. I mean, I was
Yeah, good
like,
for you.
I
Yeah.
wake up and you're
Yeah, that
talking
one's
about
intense.
something. It's like, what? What did he say? What's he talking
Yeah.
about?
That one's intense. Like that one's it can sneak up on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Good.
looking forward to seeing what was in that.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Mr. Robert.
Hey, great class, Greg. I have a question about three
Sure.
brains, and
Yes.
it's I find myself if I'm having any difficulty going to sleep at night, or if I've woken up in the night, I'll do three brains, and I'll even just do the brain, the front solar, and the sex, and
Mhm.
somewhere in there I'm sound asleep.
Wow, good for you. Like that, like almost the opposite happens for me. If I do that, I'll go, yeah, I'm starting to relax. I should probably get up and work on my iPad for a while. Like inside, then I go to
I've
sleep.
I even it's even faster. I take maybe 2 breaths on the brain, 2 breaths on the front solar, and somewhere between there and the sex, I'm gone. So
Yeah. Well, good for you. Hey, if it's working, it's working. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Eh, is this the kind of practice I should be doing like every night before sleep or every morning when I
I
get
would
up?
do some form of it. Like I would grab a piece of it, and you don't have to do all of it, but you know, you could do these. You know, a couple other things you could do before you go to sleep is also if you want to do like mantra or something. You know, not all mantras are good before you go to bed, but Om Mani Padme Hum will help you be more lucid in your dream time and be able to pull the information back to your conscious awareness. So the version of that would be the materialization breath. Like, so you could do Om Mani Padme Hum or the materialization breath. And then the other one is Om Namah Shivaya, right? You could do Om Namah Shivaya before bed. The version of that would be the what did we call it here? The one with the Ming Men and the back heart and the crown. It's blue
Oneness?
pearlish. Yeah.
Oh, the practice
yeah.
we did.
Yeah. I don't know that I even gave it a name.
You didn't.
The issue with that is that it's pretty strong. And Om Namah Shivaya is activating to the blue pearl. That's activating to the blue pearl. But there is a potential for you to go to bed congested. And the issue with going to bed congested is eventually you'll start to feel a little depressed, because the energy's stuck, Now, if you're doing practices all the time, you're doing something in the morning, it won't matter. But if you're just doing a little bit and it's in the evening, it might make you a little congested. And so that one potentially you could do before bed, but probably would do the Moses technique before bed before I would do that one. I mean, I've done that one too before bed as well, but what you're shooting for. If you go to bed with that, just clean up a little bit in the morning, because it does make the dreams, I find, makes the dreams deep and very intense. But usually when I get up, I have to clean up for a little bit, like, 10 minutes. Like, it's not like it's anything, but like I have to shake off what happened in the night.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want to make that a little extra, do that practice, and then after you get used to it, put a little tuberose body tonic on.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Could you hear Samantha laughing like, whoa, like,
Okay.
tuberose is very resetting to the parasympathetic function, and so it very much enhances dream time. But you'll release things from the past, like, it'll be so much you won't even know what it is. But it's usually, my experience is it's been trauma related. There's different kinds of trauma. It's not always like, oh, that person hurt my feelings, or sometimes it's, have you ever been in a place where you don't fit in, and like say you just go into a store or something where it's not very comfortable, and not only do you not fit in, but you're getting the stink eye a little bit, like that will register in the body also as like trauma. Even in situations where you don't feel heard, like you're in a situation, say at work or in the family, and something's going on, and you express something and nothing really gets heard by anybody. I mean, that's also a form of trauma. Like, there's all kinds of traumas, not just how we think of trauma, but the deeper form of it is, because there's physical pain, there's emotional pain, there's mental pain, but there is a kind of spiritual pain. And sometimes when the essence comes in and the people or the environment around you kind of pushes back, it causes like a kind of spiritual pain that actually is it affects the heart. Like, it doesn't really inhibit the heart, but the heart gets congested because it's trying to kick out the stuff,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Miss Laura.
Hi, Greg. When you were just talking with Robert and you were talking about the next morning, you might need to do a little cleanup. And I'm making an assumption that might be chronic healing or something
Like
else.
use like health rays, or use like chakra root cleanser, a little Palo Santo, little hyssop, inhale it. Like sometimes you might need to direct it to like a body part or just in general. A lot of times I just inhale that, like while I'm in the sitting on the couch, like starting to like look at my to-do list for the day, and I just spend 5-10 minutes inhaling that. I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, so the list was Health Rays, is the
Health Rays,
Palo Santo.
Palo Santo, like helichrysum would work,
Okay.
sandalwood would work. I go through phases where, what was the one I was using the other day? Impapo, like that new one. I was using that for a little bit. Like they all kind of will do it.
So is that just something that would be good most days for
I
a
always
minute?
find that if I shake off a little bit of like my sleep, like I'm way clearer throughout the day. You know, I was always one, not so much anymore, but when I was young, I was like a lame cow when I woke up. I was like I just never did well. As I got older, I kind of outgrew that, but still, if I just kind of flesh out whatever happened in my dream time, I'm so much better and clearer right off the bat in the morning. Yeah. You know,
Fascinating. Thank you.
basil could actually be a really good one. Now that I'm saying that, I take basil internally in the morning. Basil could be good because it's cleansing, but it's also stimulating to the mental, cognitive processes. So it's stimulating to the brain. So it's a great way to start the day out. I do that, but I wasn't, I don't know that I was doing that intentionally, but as I think that out, that's actually a great one to start with.
Perfect. Thank you.
How did
Great.
you do today? How did you
Oh,
like it?
I thought this was a great class because obviously I've taken almost all of your classes and late of the last few years, but this just kind of helps me organize a better pattern.
Right. It helps you like have like what do I do? Like so, I know back I don't know, a month or two ago, you're asking for like a daily practice. Like you could
This
just
is
start,
exactly what I wanted.
yeah, you could just rotate, or if you just go, you know what? The Moses technique rocks my world. I'm going to do that. If you just walk away with one of them, like that would be fine. But I wanted to present it in a way where it's not this big, like, a lot of times we're doing so many processes and it's like, okay, I take an excerpt from this. I just wanted to present each one could be a thing on its own. Just, you can utilize it. You can even do without oil sometimes, so.
It's going to be interesting to see what comes up after doing this for a period of time on a daily basis to have a discussion with everybody that how it's affected them,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very cool.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, in doing the trauma release, so that's pick one, try it out, Moses mantra, maybe materialization breath.
What are we doing it for?
Trauma release.
Trauma release Moses technique would probably be your best bet, and then drop down to the 3 brains.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Thanks.
all of it would contribute, but if you're, like if we're talking about like, I have 30 minutes, what can I do? I have 45 minutes, what can I do? We could spend half the day doing protocols, but that's not practical. Like, we do it on the weekends, but like when we're in normal everyday world, I've got 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes tops. What can I do with that? You're trying to work some trauma stuff, do the Moses technique, and then drop into the 3 brains. Yeah.
So you did 3 brains down and up today.
Yeah.
It's going both ways, because I know
going
you've
both
talked
ways.
about
If you're doing trauma, I would actually go, and you only wanted to choose one of them, I'd go from the top down.
Okay.
If you wanted to take it deeper, like if you're trying to innovate how to resolve a problem, I'd go from the bottom up.
Okay.
But like just trying to resolve trauma and that's it.
Yeah.
Top down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, thanks again. This is like way cool. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
cool.
so
Yeah.
fascinated by, all these classes and stuff. So it's kind of like, I was really looking for something to start like an evening practice. So I think
Right.
this
Yeah.
will really fill in for that. So it's about 4 to 7 repetitions for each one of these you'd say?
Especially for the Moses technique.
Moses,
Now,
yeah.
for the other ones, like I'd say at least a couple of cycles for that Ming Men Blue Pearl thing that I was showing you guys.
Yep.
Materialization breath, you can go at it until you feel done. Like sometimes it
Okay.
might be 1 or 2 times. There's times where I've sat and done it for like an hour. And so 3 brains, usually a couple of cycles you're good unless you're really doing some deep work. So when you're doing your Dorje work, like when you're working with your Dorje,
Yeah.
that Ming Men, thing that we did, and the 3 brains would be the go-to things.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Very good.
Like especially the Ming Men one. Like go through, do it, and then
The oneness.
do
Fun.
the Dorje, bless the ground, and then put the Dorje down, then do another cycle, and then do the Dorje.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
right. Not hold it during the process, but
Yeah.
actually do
Yeah.
the kind of 2
Because
parts.
you're already releasing a bunch of light into the ground, and so the Dorje will just accelerate that practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So even in Twin Hearts in the morning, I hold it pretty much the Dorje all throughout the meditation?
Yeah, that's
Is that
fine.
good?
Sure.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Good for you.
Yeah, thanks. Well, it's so good. Now that I'm back to my practice, actually, I'm starting my 7th week now of daily.
Oh, tremendous.
Yeah, so since when I spoke of that 7 weeks ago, I said
Right.
that, yeah, so I've been on that.
Yeah.
There was something else I was gonna ask. Oh, yeah, for the headache, it kind of comes
What's
and
that?
goes. Still, so I was using the helichrysum with that,
Or
and
what
that
was it?
seemed to. Sorry?
What was happening? I
No,
didn't.
the headache with I got a little congested with the,
Oh, yeah.
with the
Okay.
oneness.
Uh-huh.
I've labeled it as the oneness with the Ming Men and stuff.
Right.
So, yeah, so I did the helichrysum. That seemed to help for a while, but it seems like it's coming back and going, coming back, going. So I took some cinnamon, before class, like kind of a lunch break kind of thing. Would that have had anything to do with it?
I don't think so. Let's see what's up here. Try, this sounds weird, but try rubbing some of the helichrysum on your feet.
On the feet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The congestion is substantially less, but there's still a bit there. And so you can still inhale it, but maybe just rub some on your feet and
Okay.
that will probably resolve it.
Soles are all just kind of all over it.
Yeah.
Okay. Very well. Great. Thanks
Excellent.
again.
You
Yeah.
saw.
Ciao.
Just going up to the questions just a sec.
Mhm.
Okay. Wondering what is APR blend? I grabbed it and it smells amazing.
Yeah. It is aromatic positional release. So it's a way to release muscle tension and fascia in particular areas, especially, it was made for like when you put the body in positions and then you would have the person inhale it and it helps the body to shift the fascia in that way. But part of what we're also using it for is muscle memory. So like to help break out of muscular like patterns. Like when say you have a tight neck, for example, as much as you work it, you relax it a little bit and then the next day it's back. Some of that is muscle memory. It's been there a while. So when you start working with APR, it helps to let that memory go to have like a different kind of motion and action in that muscle, like to establish a new or different pattern. So, yeah, it is, and it is yummy, by the way.
I think you answered this one with Laura, but how do I clean up in the morning? What oils shall I inhale?
I like the idea of basil. You could use helichrysum, you could use health rays. If you feel like something really deep is coming out, you can go to like chakra root cleanser. Even hyssop can be good. Those are all great ways to start. I mean, if you want to start getting fancy, you start doing sandalwood or aloes. But like when I wake up in the morning, I just go the bread and butter stuff, like do my basil, do a little rosemary sometimes. I do basil every day. Do a little Melissa. That's not so much for cleanup, but it's just to set the day in a nice calm state. What else would be? Yeah, I mean, health rays in any of the like Glory of Lebanon, Moses, Chocolate Cleanser, Master's Blend, Aura Cleanse, Solomon's Hyssop or Nimbus. Any of those would be a great way to, push off the morning.
Thank you, Greg and Sam, for another incredible class. I always feel at home when I'm in class with you. Excuse me. Want to say this is immensely helpful to have suggestions for daily use. Very helpful to know how to use the materials, oils, and protocols that we've been getting in the classes.
Good.
So glad to have this kind of a manual. Many things.
So we're gonna do like a series, like how we did the lymphatic class. We're gonna do like daily practice. Like it's probably gonna be mostly a 1-day thing, but we're gonna do this again. And next topic, we might do a little bit more meditation, but we might do like memory and sleep, or just some everyday things that we always tackle, like how to manage some pain or arthritis or aches and pains that happen, or everyday practice for immunity, and even combine some of them a little bit. But we'll just do a little series where we always go deep on things, but want to be able to support you guys in the things where you just want to do like a daily routine to enhance or improve the quality of life. And so yeah, we'll keep doing these on a regular basis. So if you have topics or something, let Samantha know. Like send her an email or.
We had one come in, but first go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi.
Hey.
So you were talking about like getting the day started, and you mentioned a couple of those oils. I have some of your incense
Yeah,
that
incense
match.
is another great way to start. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Because that
We
is
burn
something I
incense
really enjoy.
every morning. Like the only times we don't burn incense in the morning is when we're in a hotel room and we get, we're going to get fined for burning incense.
Right. But I burn them at my both my in 3 ways, and then I have one going inside first thing in the morning, and it just feels like a really just a it just opens me up for the day. I feel like
Cleans
I've
up the
taken care of
aura
a
in a
lot.
great way. Cleans up
Yeah.
the aura in a
The,
really great way.
the other thing that I do is I go around and I have the lavender, and I spray it like my bed area
Oh, great.
and
Yeah, it's super
an
good.
area where I sit a lot. I spray it there, and anywhere else that feels like it
Yeah.
needs it, like I have a
Yeah.
sense of it. Okay, good.
Yeah, that's
Thanks.
great. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, like the idea with spraying the bed. So for one, obviously probably why you're doing it is to like whatever energies might come off in the night. It's a way to clean up the energy, but it's also a way to infuse that lavender into the sheets and pillow, and it just helps you to go into a deeper state of relaxation. So yeah, you're getting a twofer for with that one.
Any suggestion for a salt bath tonight? And how about any incense?
Incense. Well, since we're talking meditation, I'm gonna go like a frankincense, maybe a sage. Frankincense, sage. Or one of the ones that's Glory of Lebanon, Moses, Chocolate Cleanser, Master's Blend, or Cleanser, Solomon's Hyssop, or Nimbus. you know, if you have any of those. Yeah. Salt bath, you know, it was a nice mellow day. I would say something soothing, like vetiver, spikenard, marjoram, even lavender. Hyssop and sage are always good salt baths. Bread and butter salt baths, really. And you know, one that's a sleeper is pine and terebinth. They make the body feel really good. If you're feeling fancy, maybe helichrysum. Should I tell Donita probably take a tuberose bath?
Somebody did ask, will you put Tuberose body tonic on the website?
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah. We've been using it. We've both been using it, right? Or
I used it just one night.
yeah, I've been using it. I'm getting a little addicted to it. Like, man, I sleep so good. Yeah.
What could be an oil for the Meng Meng part?
Yeah, so traditionally I've used the different oils for the spirits of the chakras, you know, like in the Mastering the Elements class we did the Chashmalim. So any of the ones that are for that, but for harmonizing, Cistus is probably your best bet that's like cost effective. It's still a bit expensive, but poplar would work, aloes would work, tuberose would work, ginger lily would work, osmanthus, narcissus, but those are all super fancy. Even Blue Mountain sage could work. So I really could probably get away with any of the sages. But cistus, by its nature, has a balancing effect on two sides of the brain. Where some of those other ones, they're a little bit more stimulating to more of the intuitive side. Another one, I was playing with astral projection, doing that particular blend. I will say that it does flesh out a lot of emotion. And you don't really feel the emotion, but it makes like an inner movement happen that it's good, but it might not always feel comfortable. Like, you know what I mean? So like gauge that one, where the other ones are like activating and balancing and you're good. Where the astral projection, you might go on a little bit of a ride, if you know what I mean. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just giving you a heads up, you know.
And I know some of you guys know this, but Robert has been getting links to so many of these suggestions like Greg said. So if any of them sounded good, he's been like trying like a maniac to get those links in. So they might be in the chat here. Someone said, definitely let's do a daily practice, self-care.
Self-care. Yeah, that's a great one. Like, I mean, that could take on so many faces. Like it could be endocrine, could be brain, could be just health and vitality. Yeah, immune. Actually, we could just dabble and maybe mix and match. Yeah, I like that. Maybe that will be the next one, health and vitality or daily care. We'll use daily care.
We have another one, everyday practice to lose extra weight.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, send your suggestions in and we'll try to address them. Yeah.
Wow, knocked out. Thank you so much for
You're so
another
welcome.
great class.
And happy Easter, you guys. Like, even if you're not Christian, it's still a time where we kind of, regardless of the tradition, kind of affirm finding our true nature, our higher soul, our Buddha nature, whatever that might be in this time. And so we'll be doing a practice tomorrow, a little bit longer than normal with Astara. But if I don't get to see you tomorrow, you know, happy Easter and happy holidays and yeah.
And Letty or Robert, would you mind putting in the Astara Sunday session link so everyone will have that in the chat? Great. Did Greg do a Dorje training? Someone's asking.
We're gonna do one Next, I'm going to do Purbas. Like this last week, we did Kartikas, and we'll come back around. It's not really a training. It's like it's training in motion. So we just start doing the practice. You know, it's the tantric tradition. You do it, and then you, by experience, then you start processing what it is in the technique. And so I am teaching it in the tantric tradition that's of the lineage. And so first we did Kartikas, next we'll do Purbas, and then we'll do Dorjes. We're also going to do that little Manjushri sword.
The
The Ankh and Dorjes we'll probably do at the same time. And then like the bell and the bowls, we'll do that as well. And so, and then we're just going to start rotating them. It's not like a one-time thing. We're going to do it, let you practice, and then come back around. At first, I'm doing them one at a time, but what will happen is, and one of these nights we might do 3 or 4 different practices. One's at 7, one's at 7:45, one's at 8:30, one's at 9:15, like something like that. So.
Should we use different oils for 3 brains up and then for 3 brains down?
No, you can use the same thing actually. And there is a list in the Revitalize and Thrive with both directions. You can utilize that. That has a bunch of choices, by the way.
In that vein, any particular oil for daily 3 brains, kind of an all-purpose thing?
Shibumi that's what that was made for. Yeah, Shibumi.
And go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Miss Donita.
Hi, Greg.
Hey,
It's
hey.
funny, I just actually used Shibumi for the 3 brains today, just picked out of the list that Letty put on. Funny. I just wanted to say thank you so much for today.
Oh,
And
my pleasure.
do you feel much better? And over lunch break, I thank you for the suggestion of the foot bath.
Yeah, isn't it nice? Like I love foot baths. Every time I take a foot bath, I'm like, why am I not doing this every day? And then I'll do 2 or 3 days in a row, and then I forget, and then I just stop doing it. And
Like I said, I grew up with them, but
yeah, foot baths are amazing.
well, the only thing what I did a bit extra, I used my Kartika again. While in
Of course you did.
So is that something okay? Because I feel better.
Yeah, you can do meditation that way. You know, in the early days, we used to do oil protocols with our feet in foot baths. And so we weren't, I was just barely starting to do the patterns with people. And so one of the ways to compensate not doing the pattern so intensely was I would have people put their feet in a foot bath and then inhale. And that was kind of a way to start, you know, because you're cleaning up the aura, and it was a kind of a way to address the auric programming a little bit without having to lay out all the foundation for it. But yeah, it's a great little practice. You know,
I actually after
went
Kartika,
back in like the early mid 2000s. I did a foot bath every day for a little over a year, and it was amazing. Why I stopped, I have no idea. But
thank you for
I
bringing
did salt baths for probably 15 years, like every day. Like, but I don't do it like that anymore. But you know, I was doing healing full time, so it was a little different. I kind of had to. But I still like we probably do them what, like 3 times a week, 4 times a week. I mean, we're doing them almost every other day. You know, most times I end up not taking a salt bath because I'm a little tired and I'm like, that'll be a whole thing, and I just go to bed. But I feel better when I do the salt baths, you know.
exactly because that's
Yeah,
when
I
in the
feel way
evenings
better.
in the
Yeah.
evenings when I'm like, oh, I'm too tired, too lazy, to whatever to take a salt
Yeah.
bath, I can do a salt foot bath.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
easy. I actually did after using Kartika, I actually inhaled basic chakra oil on all 4 quadrants
Mhm.
while in the foot bath. Man, that's good.
Yeah, yeah. You can go back and forth between basic and crown, by the way, like that. Yeah.
You mean the basic chakra oil in the crown?
Basic chakra and then the crown chakra. Yeah, go back and forth because you're playing with form and essence. And so it will literally start pumping things out of your system. because you're mixing the essence and the form, and then the form is embracing the essence. Like it's going back and forth, and it's a way to regenerate the basic chakra is not the right word, but it's a way to like elevate its potential, you could say. But the thing is it does make you expel. Like it can make you expel really hard. And so like I haven't thrown, I think I've dabbled with that a little bit in a class, but with the stuff that we're laying out here, like we're kind of laying out this like manual that's really a massive manual, but within it is going to be like things like this where they're like daily practices, and like that can be a practice that maybe might not make a class, but it could be a thing that we visit like in a day like this, where it's like these are just little things that you could do, and that's a little thing that you could do. I usually do that after I've done some auric programming for like working the auric program of the energy body of the aura. Like, and I've done that for several days in a row, and then like I'll give myself like a day or two, and then I'll go back and forth between crown and basic, crown and basic, crown and basic, and then I'll go back and start over again. And it's a way to you're refining the body, but you're refining the energy body really quickly, and you're building that sphere of light around you. The essence comes in and you're grounding it when you're working it with the crown basic, but you're also drawing up earth prana and making a sphere of light around you as well. And so I have this big list of notes that we've seen in bits and pieces for protection, but that is actually in the protection section. Like, so when I give you these manuals, there's going to be like the function of the aura. First, there's just going to be the basic layouts, like clinical applications for, oil, symptom-oriented approaches, and then techniques to do symptom-oriented approaches. And then the energetic component, just laying out like, this is health rays, this is the aura, this is chords, this is this. And these are colored energies that you can work with. And then eventually we start going, okay, now it's the layers of the aura. Now it's the function of the aura. Now it's the dynamic activity of the aura. It's the program of the aura. And then we start looking at, okay, now there's protection. There's how to work elements. And so, there'll be this whole thing where you see this like cookbook, but then at the back end of it is taking pieces from all those different sections to treat different conditions, right? So, like for example, how we were talking about using hyssop to treat the environment, people, active situations, and old events, past events. And so hyssop is a great way to do it, but the deeper version of that is to then utilize the planetary energies, so that you're trying to, like, if you want something to be revealed from something that's going on in the environment, you work moon and you work people, active situations, past events. And then things are becoming like you'll gather information, things will be revealed that were kind of hidden, right? Then if you're going, okay, whatever's going on, I need to innovate. I'm working the three brains. How do I step up my game? You would use Jupiter in different ways, same thing. And Jupiter stimulates like an innovative process. Expansion is another way of saying innovation. So protection is tied to Saturn. Yeah, behavior is tied to Venus. I'm trying to remember these from the.
Can we have a class of that?
We're going to, yeah. It's either in May or the very beginning of June. I can't remember when I penciled that in. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and there's more to it, but that's where we're going with that. We're going to start taking the pieces, and then that way you can you'll have a cookbook where you can kind of problem solve, but you can kind of get an idea. I got this going on. I could just work this one piece, or I could work a couple of pieces. It's almost like a book that's like a set of building blocks where you can kind of take and make your own protocols and then plug them into place.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for this. I was actually going to also ask, you mentioned crown chakra and basic chakra. Do I do the 4 quadrant or how do
Yeah,
you
four quadrants on both.
and like person, situation, and past situation, do you do
No,
that?
you just do the 4 quadrants. That's all you got to do. Yep.
And just to alternate. And can you
Yeah,
do that
just
daily?
alternate. Yeah. What's that?
Can it be daily? Daily?
If the body can handle it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Like I find I go, I'm gonna do this daily, and I go about 3 days, and then I was like, I'm good.
Yeah. I
So
know.
whatever your body can handle.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so
And then someone asked, same question for the Moses technique, any general all-purpose daily oil?
hyssop or sage. Yeah.
And thank you guys for joining us. Great class today.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out today. Happy Easter.